Okay, Mr. Wick. Hello, hello. It's time for another adventure. Why do I always have to fucking clear my throat? It's time for another adventure. We're going back into Disco Elysium. I'm very happy to see people here today. I'm very happy to also have actually made it on time to do the stream because, oh, what a fucking night. Monday night, Tuesday night, Sunday night as well. It's just been like increasingly stressful to me, just like how difficult it is to get cis people to understand that trans people experience transphobia. And like, it was a bad idea, but I just went through everybody that was saying Hogwarts Legacy was good on Twitter basically and was like, please don't, I'm trying to appeal to your humanity. And no, there was a lot of people that genuinely showed up that were like, oh yeah, I'm a bit concerned. We've got to separate the artists. Who just would not let it go. Who were just like, oh, boycotts never work. Oh, you should boycott Nestle. Something I do already. Like, I was given a list of all these companies of like, oh, you should boycott this one, and I'm like, as much as possible, yes. You know, people did say stuff like, oh, you should boycott Android. Now that's difficult, right? Because to be a citizen, you kind of have to have a phone. It's just one of those things. I've for ages tried to not have a phone. There was a long time I just didn't have a phone. I had a phone and then I stopped having a phone, and I was like, this is awful, I need a phone. So it's kind of an impossibility, you know. But I boycott stuff all the time. I don't buy from Amazon. I know technically I fucking give half my money to Amazon, but like, that's because no one will pay me. So that's that's one of these things can't be held. People are like, oh, do you eat chocolate? And I'm like, fair trade chocolate, yes. This is another thing that really baffles me a lot is on the internet, on both Twitter and Twitch, and it seems to be very much driven from Twitter, people don't seem to believe that I'm capable of doing good things. And whenever I tell them this, they're like, oh, you're just doing this for the attention, you're just doing this to make yourself seem good. No, I genuinely believe that everybody should try to do good things as much as possible. I don't think that means we should all be perfect, far from it. I mean, we should definitely be allowed to make mistakes and be, you know, even potentially villains a little bit sometimes, if it's for the good of people. But that's also a thing, I think, something I very strongly noticed. Even when I was dressing in like a non-conformist way, when I came out as trans, it was like, people stopped believing what I said very strongly. Even people that are like allies and stuff, I'll say, you know, I've been made to feel uncomfortable by this, and they'll go, oh, well, I haven't been made to feel uncomfortable. I haven't seen that. Like, yes, exactly. yes, exactly. Yes, exactly. So it just, I don't know, a lot of stress. I took some... eventually I was just like, all right, let's not use Twitter as much, but then also I was like kind of having fun making fun of TERFs, who were like, prove J.K. Rowling has ever given money to hate groups. I was like, the LGB Alliance, and they're like, prove that she's the LGB Alliance. They don't believe it if I say it, and then they're like, aha, we've got you. So it eventually just ended with me like sending them Ren and Stimpy pictures, sorry. Yeah, no, if you can go without Twitter, I highly recommend it. I would say, let me think. The primary reason I have Twitter was because it meant if I deleted my Twitter, it would mean deleting all my research about a fascist. But I guess the other primary reason, I think that's called the secondary reason, is that there genuinely is this, I wouldn't call it networking, but I feel like supporting other streamers that I know who are also on Twitter and saying like, oh, that's a good thing, or that's a good idea, or you should do this, or I like that, or like good job or whatever. Like that's important to me. And there's some people who like definitely have a worse time of Twitter that are still on Twitter. The other reason was I wanted to see Elon Musk fuck up, and I wanted to get it from the people on Twitter to understand exactly the level that he fucked up at. Which seems to have quietened down, to be honest. Not that he's just like spouting conspiracies and stuff at this point, rather than making like sweeping Twitter changes. Although I did see that anytime someone makes fun of Elon Musk, Twitter gets updated. So like he had this big rant about Apple and it said sent from Apple device, and someone pointed that out. So now that's a thing you can't see anymore on Twitter. Yeah, no, I keep Facebook because there's loads of acting people I'm connected to where it is literally my only connection to them, unfortunately, and like industry people, sort of. Although mostly amateur theatre, but I think amateur theatre is a very important part of theatre. It's how a lot of people get trained for free, and the acting industry is just such a mess of. This is true in all performance industries, but like nobody wants to pay an actor to do anything, even though especially extra work, it's like fucking strenuous. It's really challenging and difficult work, like really physical work, and like the safety is not taken for account and all that sort of stuff. So there's all this stuff where I'm like trying to get actors paid, and I hope it's not. Nah, I was gonna say something else. Like I'm gonna save these VODs, so I'm not gonna say anything doxable. So like there's stuff like that. I would love to get rid of Facebook, but I almost like have a duty to keep my Facebook basically. Yeah, no, the first time I got Twitter was just to follow every streamer, but then a lot of them were mean to me in a way that was very scary, so I deleted my Twitter. But then I brought it back. But yeah, if you can go without Twitter, just do it. It's the most transphobic website I've ever seen, and I think I've seen the numbers. It is technically the most transphobic website that's ever existed, and that includes Mumsnet, which is known for being transphobic. Every day the trending topic is something that's like damaging to my psyche. It's so painful just to be there, honestly it is. And I almost feel like me just like arguing with TERFs is almost, it almost has a little self-harmy, like self-destructive is probably a better term for that. But yeah, welcome everybody. Welcome to let's get away from all that, and I'm sure there's certainly homophobia in this game. I don't mean to say the game is homophobic. I mean to say people are obviously homophobic because there's this like line of royalists or whatever, like the king will come back and get rid of the queers. We saw an androgynous man picture the other day, so I'm like, trans characters maybe? We'll see. Treated appalling by fellow streamers last year. Not just last year, this year. It's still an ongoing thing. And I feel personally like I'm being unreasonable for even saying that. That's how bad it is. To even say something like, "Oh, someone was mean to me and it upset me." I feel like I'm being like a drama lord. No. If anything, it's actually kind of heating up at the moment, but that's fine because every time something happens, I remove myself from a space where potentially it could get bad. A lot of people just remove me from their things. I will say, if you are a streamer and you have a joint ban list, for fuck's sake, get rid of it. It is the most ostracizing thing when you find out that someone's banned you and then you can't talk in 5 other channels, and then you have to message the streamer and be like, I was banned from another channel, can I please talk in your channel? And they just give you no response because they assume because you've been banned you must have done something wrong. But a lot of these bannings are like, someone is upset with me because their friend is upset with me, and their friend is upset with me because their friend is upset with me, and their friend is upset with me because their friend is upset with me. And it's like, I am getting a different treatment than other people, but because you're all cis, you don't have any recognition of that at all. I talked to a trans person for like 10 seconds, for 2 seconds, and they're like, yeah, know exactly what you're talking about. even like allies and stuff, it's like there's a secret Discord stream called the Scottish Illuminati, which has a Black Bull channel where they decided to ban across all streams. Yeah, I mean, I'm aware of that. The weird thing is, it doesn't seem to be getting utilized properly because it got abused, certainly. I don't know if it was the actual Illuminati Discord, but the idea of blackballing definitely got abused against people, to the advantage of some people. And also, like, there are some very genuinely troubling people in that community. But also, like, people who've done shitty stuff who I don't personally think should be blackballed. I think that they, like, people who've been shitty to me, who seemed to get blackballed. I'm not really sure what the status of that now. I'm like, I actually think that maybe there should be a route for them. If it should exist, it should be for like people who are like genuinely dangerous. It shouldn't be for people who are upset with people. Yeah, ironically, there's like, I don't know. It's stressful, but I think there's a lot of the performance industry that actually behaves like that. The idea of fame and people are posturing and there's like power and all that sort of stuff. Hi Jimmy J. Did I say hi to everyone? Hi Moody Beans, hi Rooster Kips, hi everybody else in chat. Good to see you. See what you have an unban request. Ban them for saying da baby. What? I need to see this. How do I see unban requests? View unban requests. That baby. I'm assuming they came in with a bunch of other people. Hang on. Let's do a live unbanning. Oops. I accidentally moved the chat window into somewhere where I couldn't see it. Can I get unbanned? I was saying unbanned for saying the baby. I'm gonna unban him, say yep. No idea why that no idea why that happened. Please say the baby all you like. Unless there's something I don't know about. Nice of them to send an unban request. Most people don't bother. I send lots of unban requests. Shit, how do I get out of the mod view? Oh no, how do I get out of the mod view? It's I can't read anything now. Shit, I shouldn't have done this. Channel actions, yep. I can't even see what people are saying to ask what's going on. Bandito asked for a verdict. Who's Bandito? The baby is a rapper? Yeah, I don't know. Oh, as in being B&M Bandit. Right, okay. You calling that for shorthand. B&M Bandit. The Bandito. Yeah, I guess it is shorter, isn't it? Help. So because it's put me into mod view, I just want one thing, which is chat, and it's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, essentially 8 tabs of information now. Help. You have a cat called Bandit as well. Okay, that collapsed one thing. Fuck. Why is this so bad? Nope, that's chat highlight settings. But yeah, we're gonna get back to Disco Elysium today. I'm excited. I've been thinking about it a lot since I played it on Tuesday. See non-mod settings. That's just the settings. What I can do is I can just close the thing and open it again. I wonder if that'll work. Probably won't. Chat. Damn it, it's still in mod view. There's gotta be an easy way to leave mod view. I hate this. I hate this. I just want to go back. Just want to go back to how it was. Chat appearance. See non-mod set. No. Pop out. No. I mean, that worked. Maybe I can. I'm gonna make a new doc. Custom browser doc. Doc name. Chat URL. Chat URL. That work? No, it doesn't. Shit. Help. Help. Help, I'm stuck. I need chat and it's just covered in mod stuff. Get an unban request 4 months ago. I don't think people read them. Bottom left. Other chats, that shows me other channels I follow. Like I'm gonna bring it on screen for a second. This is what it looks like. Help me. Where do I go? No. The channel page. Where is that? Franca face settings. Also, some stuff is like off the box. Oh, hello. Edit mod view. I mean that's not what I want because that's got all of chat in it. It's got all of chat in it now. Oh, hello, thank you for the follow, Cuddle Goblin. I'm currently having a meltdown because I don't understand how to get out of mod view. Look. I mean, it's good to see this Franca face there because I feel like that wasn't looking. Derailed the stream. I should have done this in a different. Oh, did I expose the lurkers? Yeah. You know, notice how there's no fucking bots in my channel because I keep blocking them. Every time I see that someone's got like lurks and that one that's numbers, and I'm like, nah, you don't know about this. Fuck, what do I do? What do I do? Don't look at me. Sorry, JCRJ. Hello, good to see you though. I always associate. I know that's a universal thing, but I always associate that with Jelif. First time playthrough. Yes, technically I played it for like sort of 5 minutes at one point to see what it was like. But this is the first proper playthrough. We've spoken to Kuno. Wait, I'm not even. Where am I? I should be on the screen. Sorry. We've spoken to Kuno. We've spoken to everybody in the first building you start in. We've spoken to everyone in the bookstore. And I think that's actually it, actually, because I just started going down such a rabbit hole. Yeah, it seems very good. I'm really into it. I hate Kuno so much. Although I understand. He's a lost child. I get it. I understand. But also it makes me so uncomfortable. How do I hide chat settings? Help me. What happens if I go to... What if I go back to review ban on request? Nope, fuck. It took me exactly back where I was. I'm just gonna have to show stream info, remove that. Using his TTS a lot. Kuno? Kuno has a TTS? Can I pop out this? No, that doesn't work either. Kuno computer voice.
Fuck.
Wait, can I type in this? I'm sorry for my harsh words. I apologize. You are a good. Oh, it takes a second to load it. Come on. It said bad words may block phrases. He says fuck. Where'd it go? Ah, here we go.
I'm sorry for my harsh words. I apologize. You are a good detective.
Thank you. There we go. Sorry, I need to fix this issue with mod chat though. Minimize to dock. Minimize to dock. Ah, just minimize everything to dock. That seems to work.
Sorry, the chat is such an important part of streaming. Oops. And I always manage. This used to be a thing I did very commonly. I would just keep ruining it. I can see it, but it's so small. Hang on. Oop. Let me get back on the chatting scene. Sorry. I can't believe how much this is upset. How much this is affected the stream. Yeah, I mean that I'll have to do. I think it's not perfect. But I can see chat. Right, I'm just gonna leave it as that, and then later I'm gonna fix it. But everything else works fine. You know, we've got the stream, we've got the sound, we've got the game. She says, there we go. So last time I was playing, I started to get really into this whole thing with the bookstore. At first I was like, well, I want the kid to come out the cold, and then we successfully did that, and she gave me a hat. And then I'm like, oh, it seems like there's a route to become Dick Mullen. It seems like, I don't know if we'll lean into that. Maybe could be funny. I'm just trying to approach everything in a very sort of genuine way of like how I would. Yeah, I got to come inside. I appealed to the nature of her mother, and she's inside, but now she's doing homework. But then I found out the mother was into all this like weird magic stuff. I wanted to see if I could see from a window towards the body to see if I could learn anything about it. So now
I'm a big wizard.
Thank you, 15 times hello. So now I found a way in basically by pretending to be a paranatural, which is just paranormal, it's just their way of saying it, investigator. And I went to get a torch. Oh, I also spoke to the police force who laughed at me and learned basically nothing from a woman that was here before. So let's get into it. Turn up the volume. Because I know the speech sounds so quiet to me. Was this the latest save? It did an autosave. That's my save. It's exactly the same seconds. Police convo was amazing. He's lost his bed. My favorite thing about that is how he would very dutifully tell me what the other person had said and vice versa, back and forth. I think that was very funny. So interesting thing. This game has like a Twitch integration, which is for some reason not ticked right now. That's weird. I'm gonna have to generate a Twitch token. Why is that not? I set that up. Why is that gone? Hang on. Where you can see my stats, and I think potentially even some of the things that I've written down. Hang on 1 sec. Let me click on that and see if that works. Or do I have to go down? Seems to be working. Okay, I'll just not touch it. If it seems to be working, then I'll just leave it there. Hang on, where's the...
I'm sorry for my harsh words. I apologize. You are a good detective.
He said that now. It's real, right? We couldn't quite chop the body down because we were throwing up too much, so I assume we need to go get some medicine. Yes, I was hoping I could just take the body down. It's supposed to be a priority. I would love to go and do the paranormal thing, but I think I said if police work is real, which it's not, then we should start from the center and work our way around and out. Oh, I can run. There should be like a shop. I don't know if it's this one. Talk to this person. See where we'll go with this.
The RCM
Oh, no, that's
in
where we came from,
Martinez.
isn't it?
What can I help you with?
You sound surprised.
We don't see a lot of police around here. That's all.
I have some questions for you.
Of course. What can I help you with?
My partner told me you have ammonia. Can I have some?
Sure. I'm done with it.
Thanks.
Go easy on that stuff. It gave me a terrible headache.
We need directions.
Of course. Where to?
Where am I?
What do you mean?
I'm a bit disoriented. This is Revachol, right?
Yes, sir. District of Martinez. This intersection is called Roundabout North.
Okie doke.
He knows where we are. He just wants directions.
The lieutenant seems uncomfortable with the level of disorientation you're playing. I'm sorry, Kim. I keep making you uncomfortable, but I have no sense for. I remember some stuff about Coal Town, and like this is on the edge of Coal Town, or am I wrong about? See, this is why I need to ask these questions. I need to know. Yes, Kim is so lovely.
There's the pier.
What's in the north?
The Capeside apartment buildings. Some more tenements. Not a lot, really.
What's in the east?
The harbor gates. Some kind of commotion, I think.
Ah,
I don't follow the local politics. A fleet store, too.
a street store. What's in the
Some
south?
shops and a bridge. The canal bridge leads to the coast, but it's broken, I think. Some kind of accident, probably.
I imagine that limits the size of the map or something. What's on the other side of the canal?
Just coast. There's a little fishing village there, and a fish market. But that got closed down ages ago.
What's in the west?
It's just water. No,
Water?
actually, I think they call it the Martinez Inlet. There are some islands in the bay, but they're hard to reach.
I think that's all for
No
now.
problem.
Now, here's an interesting question, because I get what fuck the police is about, and to be honest, I'm sure this character does too. But the question's there, so I'm kind of curious to see what happens. What's this fuck the police business?
Excuse me?
She's uncomfortable. Maybe you should drop this line of questioning.
No, this street sign that says fuck the police, point to it.
Oh, well, I didn't write it there. I'm just sitting here.
You didn't say she wrote it. You asked what it was doing there.
You didn't say you wrote it.
Sir, it was implied in your question.
The timidness is gone for a second. Something else takes its place. A readiness.
Just ready to fight the police. I shouldn't do this, but I'm just curious. What about the other signs? Pig goes home. Who are these pigs?
I don't know anything about that either. As I said, I didn't write it.
Pig is a widely used term for members of the police. It's not loving.
Easy success.
No need to worry. We are not saying you did.
Okay. Well, I didn't.
Okay,
Of
well,
course. I won't hold you back.
I
No
mean,
gloves. You get the feeling that you need them. You have a dead body to deal with after all.
yeah, that line of questioning went exactly as bad as I expected it to. I don't know why. I don't know why I did. Sometimes sometimes you should just use your brain and be like, well, what will happen? Can I borrow your gloves?
Sure, keep them. I have another pair.
He hands you the rubber gloves with no visible annoyance. Thank you. Okay, just a nice, helpful person. And okay, that means I can probably take the body. Oh, do I need the wheelbarrow? No. Okay, let's go. Oh, look at this fence. I don't think I did.
You see a set of tire tracks in the brown slush that covers the plaza mosaic.
Your fashion statement time. Ooh, let's do some visual calculus. Reconstruct it.
The tire tracks were left here by an unknown event that took place some days ago. It's a message, written in the language of burnt rubber. Some of that rubber stuck to the tiles right in front of the whirling in rags. This is point A. The driver started there.
That's interesting. So potentially it was just parked there, and because they were in a panic, they went vroom and crashed, and then they were like, shit, I need to get out of here.
And then accelerated straight into the fence, left a hole big enough for the Franco-Nigerian cavalry, according to the cafeteria manager. Why?
Why that pang of guilt again? Was it me? It couldn't have been, because presumably the body was... Well, I'm assuming they went that way, I suppose, because there's a hole.
The driver proceeded to back out of the yard, barely stopping before hitting the adjacent building.
Hellcat, good to see you. And yes, Jamie's here. I associate the two of you as good friends. Mr. Normal's here. Hello, good to see you. Also, I don't know if I said hi to... God, I did say hi to Good Old Goblins, of course, because you were the follow. My apologies. But welcome in. We're on our second stream of Disco Elysium, and who knows where it will go. Because last time we saved a child from the cold and became a paranormal investigator, it got a hat and all sorts. So, I'm just doing some detective work on these tire marks here.
Before heading south, must have been in a hurry.
Now, what's interesting about these tire marks is that would hit the bench. So did they turn and go through? Probably not. They probably went to the road. That's kind of a weird angle. Car drove through this fence.
You are correct. This is a rather motor carriage friendly city.
I got experience. I mean, it was very obvious, but yes. Hope everyone's having a great day and staying warm. Yes, I still have my nice, cheap heater that I got because it's too expensive to turn on the gas and heat the whole house. Plus, it wasn't very efficient anyway. Before all the heating prices went up last year, we basically just left it on and it was just like a leaking heat out of the building. But having my own little personal heater has worked out really great. I have not seen the electricity bill, but it's not, I don't think it's that much heavier. It's not outside Manchester. Yeah, no, I did hear across Yorkshire and Northern Ireland also, I think I heard there was some snow. You have oil heating? What? How? What? Like fucking petrol? Oh wait, that's probably answer my question. Like no, not petrol. What? I don't understand. Oil radiator uni. Okay, so it's probably like an old thing, right? That's very interesting. I can't think I've ever heard of that before. I'm like, obviously there's people that have like those gas canisters, but again, that's gas. Propane or whatever. They talk about maybe banning gas stoves, so yeah. Well, isn't that a conspiracy from the Republicans that the Democrats are coming to take away their gas stoves or something? Or maybe that's over. I don't know. I vaguely saw something about it on Twitter that they were like, they're coming to take our guns and gas stoves. We're just running out of gas, basically, is what's happening. New York and Cali are already putting something to. Oh, okay. Furnace oil is different from car petrol. You'd hope so, right? Interesting. Yeah, no, it's an interesting time for the power of the world, I guess. And I mean quite literal power. I don't mean like power. I mean like. Anyway, this makes this game.
Somehow that makes you feel scared. You don't know why.
Is he afraid of cars? Disconnected to the case?
I'm not sure. There are plenty of traffic accidents waiting to happen in Martinez. With a jam right here on the roundabout. I would keep them separate.
Okay.
You could follow the track south. There seems to be a canal there.
Excuse me.
See where they went. If you find the time.
Yes, I do want to, because it seems pretty significant. But Kim's like, probably not the case. So, but yeah, we got boots. I mean, I don't know if it was just a fence before that. Because we had all the people walk up. Right, let's see if we can, know nothing, but it's interesting. Could you imagine though? I know even less. I know even less than nothing. Right, can we pull this body down now, please?
There he still is, looking right through you with his white eyes.
Where was the Apoe of ampo? I guess that's probably a French word, right? Of ammonia. A thin glass tube wrapped in cotton netting used to treat fainting spells. How do I use this? Like, I don't like how it moves stuff every time I do that. E? How do you actually... Not sure. One sec. I think someone's knocking at my door. Be right back. I'm a big wizard. I'm a big wizard.
One single bit.
Pasta.
I'm back. I see everyone's enjoying themselves.
I'm a big wizard.
Thank you for the big wizard.
I'm a big wizard.
Yeah, no, it was like a charity person, and I was just like, yeah, we don't do charity, which isn't true, but not to my front door. Also, they tried to say something about like that their friend has the same glasses as me, and I'm like, in my head, I'm like, no, they don't. No, they don't. What, you mean these awful shitty glasses that I've had to fucking do whatever I can to keep them together, that I had to file off bits of metal to stop it cutting into my face. Yeah, those glasses. I'm sure everybody's got those. What a day to have ears. Yeah, I made a little goblin song. I want to do some more goblin songs. I would like to. I have this idea of the start of the stream having like an intro and playing a music that goes like da, 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 da. But it's hard. But with like 50 goblins, just like a whole bunch of them, because I think it'd be really funny. Oh yes, I'm a both a serious person and a very not serious person, alternately. And my green screen is fucking up for some reason. What is it that's doing that? Pulling on it. Probably the chair. There we go. Thank you for your patience. Thank you for the bit, and thank you for all the wizards. Wish you would still release that album. I did try. I'm just not very good at making it. Full added goblin chorus setting. Yes, absolutely. I'm one of the goblins. Pedal Shanklings. Was that the Pedal Shankling song, or was that the goblin jazz? I think is what I called it. Right, let's get back to the game. I'm glad everyone enjoyed that so much. Right. How do I use this? I just put it in my hand. Something I'm supposed to do. Maybe we'll just give it a go.
He still is, looking right through.
Oh, it's still a very
below
low
is
chance, but I have
entirely
ammonia.
dedicated
Okay,
To that corpse smell.
those goblins.
Emitting it is all it does now.
The body is dedicated to the corpse smell. All right, let's try not to throw up, I guess.
The ammonia only makes it worse.
What?
The combination forces tears out of your ducts. You managed to keep it in once. The second time, not so much. Now
No.
the vomiting is done, your cheeks are wet with tears.
No. Why can't I approach this corpse? I don't want to be a cop anymore. The ammonia didn't help at all.
Nor does the wind right now.
Feel Lieutenant pat your back rhythmically. Aw, you didn't have to do that. That's so nice. I have one max HP. Yeah, I'll be getting some more of that. Karen Dick Mullins soiled the crime scene. Can you clean me up?
The weight is reassuring, like a crenel on solid fortification. Pat, pat, pat.
I've seen strong men turn themselves inside out for hours. You are facing tough odds here. Alcohol withdrawal makes it considerably harder.
I love all of these responses. What if I can't keep it in if I've been a cop? Why can't I keep it in if I've been a cop my whole life? This is bullshit. I don't want to do this anymore. I don't want to be a cop. Can't we do something else? I think I want to solve something else right now. Do it without me. I just can't keep it down. Why can't I keep it in?
I've seen captains puke their guts out. It never gets easier. You never get used to the smell. Every Monday is cadaver day. Throw up, investigate. Throw up, initial autopsy, throw up, bag it.
Pat your back again.
Then drive to the station. Maybe throw up on the way there if you didn't bag the thing tight enough.
You seem to be fine.
I think I've lost my sense of smell.
Oh no.
A white lie.
Not being hungover helps too.
Too about me. I just can't keep it
No.
down.
This is a two-man assignment because it needs 2 officers to complete.
Oh, I didn't mean the whole
I need your
case.
help.
He withdraws his hand and looks you in the eye.
You need to get your shit together.
Oh, okay. Okay.
We should go talk to the locals. Find something else to do while the
Well,
wind
make sure
changes.
it compresses.
It's pretty bad right now.
You've gained a thought. When this diary
Give it half an hour. Get yourself together. Then come back and have another go.
Okay. Well, that's fine. I think I wanted to talk to some other people for a little bit anyway. How's my internalizing going? I'm getting pretty close to figuring out where the fuck my house is, which seemed very important, if for no other reason understanding... Because this isn't the first time he's tried to solve the case, right? He ran around with no shirt on, got extremely drunk, and then essentially gave himself amnesia. So he obviously was, like, trying to do something. Who's this? Let's talk to them.
I am a gander and a hunter and a gatherer. Feel like a traveler.
The man mutters to himself, accenting the beats as he goes.
A simple little cadence. He seems to be making it up as he goes.
Keep listening, I guess.
From another planet.
Finishes
Hey
and
there.
turns to you. I'm the law.
You sure are, my man.
What's going on here?
It's the jam, my man.
Motions towards the sprawl of the lorries with a sweeping gesture. What's the jam?
It's a traffic jam for the ages. Harbor gates up the street are shut tight. No explanation given. Workers on strike, scabs agitating, an all-around clusterfuck.
So, the current state of Britain. A little busy earlier, but the rapper you're talking is the proper wrong one. Damn it. If I unbanned... Whatever, I believe in unbanning anyway. Maybe they'll be fine. Or we'll have to ban them again. One of two options, right? Because if you deny a ban request, you pretty much never see them again.
Meanwhile, we're all stuck here in long-haul limbo for days upon days upon days.
Limbo, huh?
Oh,
So that's where I am.
Yeah, exactly.
Big sex assault and homophobia, damn it. I told them in the ban request. I told them in the ban request that they could just say that as much as they wanted. Never mind. Listen, second chances, alright? Tommy Lacombe. You love the names in this game. They're all very French. I assume I have a French name. Excuse me.
It's official. He too agrees. This is the antechamber of the afterlife.
So how long have you been here?
Feels like forever. Like I was born on this here roundabout and this was all I ever knew. Just me and the metal and the tires, the oil and the fumes and mazout.
Yeah, we banned someone for saying the baby. I don't know why. They may have been part of like some kind of hate raiders. I don't fucking remember. We'll find out pretty soon, I guess, if they ever show up. They probably might not even show up ever again. They didn't even have a profile picture, so are they even a genuine user? Who knows?
Mazout is an antiquated term for heavy fuel oils.
Mazout.
This man has a barely suppressed performative streak, or he just likes unusual words, or both.
I dig your style, man.
Yeah, imagine. It's been a whole week already.
Snickers in appreciation of the digging of his style. Yeah.
Behind the laugh, however, a touch of sorrow.
How? Alright, let's see what we can get from
So
that.
tell me, what do you need?
Do you know anything about the dead man?
He ain't one of us drivers. I know that. All accounted for. Otherwise, I haven't really asked about that. Been wasting time right here. Keep him busy.
That's unusual.
It's easy to see he's telling the truth. He's kept his nose out of the dark stuff,
I guess he's got a, I guess he's sensible or whatever. Dick Mullen and the confounding mystery of the inexplicable ban. I thought you were saying inexplicable man for a second, and like this guy, and I was like, yeah, what is this? What is up with him? Why can we talk? It's just a character. Busy with what?
Analyzing the fundamental structural and psychological conditions of being stranded in the midst of a sea of motor lorries and their sad, despondent chauffeurs.
Okay, here we go. We're gonna have a huge conversation about. I don't know if I'm ready for that. A huge conversation about the fundamental structural and psychological conditions.
Ask for his conclusion.
What's your conclusion?
A sense of surprise there ain't more bodies hanging from more trees.
Oh, okay. Tell me what you know about this strike.
It's like whatever's going on over at the docks. Workers got a blockade set up, making demands, no way in or out.
Tag me in, coach. Kat, actually, can we get a shout out for Kat? You can actually give yourself a shout out because you're a VIP. Kat says some absolutely amazing things, honestly. Very, very like. I'm trying to sum it up in like a few words. It's very difficult. Kat's been someone who's been very, very supportive to me, and I appreciate that very much, which is why Kat has a VIP. Absolutely, you deserve it. Kat is also probably the nicest human being on the entire planet, who genuinely has time for everybody. But she says a lot of stuff about like, kind of like the psychology of so many social situations, a lot of different things. Very important. Good stream. I really want us to be able to get Kat a proper internet and computer, and so that she can just stream and not worry about it. But I was watching her play The Sims, which was quite good. I was kind of looking for that. I heard you say Rose a couple of times, and I was like, eh? And then it's been like 10 minutes at that point. Yeah, very, very nice person. Also quite a creative person as well. Like, with writing and all sorts. I'm very pleased to know her. Hi, Miss Noel. Did I say hi to you? I think I did. Yes, hi, Mr. Noel. I did. I remember. What's the union demanding?
Some pretty wild stuff, I hear. Like a giant new power crane in half the company? I forget what exactly. Good on them, I guess.
Yeah.
I've heard talk there's a company rep in town, too. Like a strike negotiator type. They'd know what's up. Precise demands and so on.
Hello again.
Ah, yes, from the Wild Pines. We'll meet her soon enough, I'm sure.
I had a feeling we would. What do you think the company wants?
They want to keep that money flowing in, my man. Ka-ching.
They didn't have to make him say ka-ching. He makes a ka-ching sound. But the way he does it, the way that he normally ka-ching. I don't know. I'm finding everything funny in this game.
He doesn't blame them, but he's not on their side. That's for sure.
There was a picture in space called something Rosie. Yeah, that was the bit. I was I can't remember. I think I was just writing something at the time, so I was like kind of in and out of it a bit. But I was lurking. Or was I playing Zombie? No, that was afterwards. Anything else I should know?
Anything else? Yeah, this ain't really my area of expertise. I just do my job and get paid. I have things to do and places to be. All of us do.
All of who?
Us lorry drivers. Communers.
Communers.
You still hang around here waiting for this mess to end. Most have scurried off somewhere to get drunk or high. Or laid. Not that I blame them, really.
Not you?
Not my thing. Chasing transient pleasures is a drag these days. I prefer the examined life now. Thinking, reflecting, observing.
He glances down the road towards the horizon, a glint of something in his eyes. I think I would like someone like that very much. I really like talking to people, especially if they've got, you know, like a lot to say. I think I would probably enjoy this guy's company. A major build better. Oh, that's great. We're back. Yep. What are you holding anyway?
High-grade narcotics, illegal firearms, stuff like that.
Shut up.
Relax. He's merely joking.
Okay, what are you actually holding?
Can't even get a few jokes past you, my man. I've got another haul of found cargo. Mostly sporting goods, tracksuits, and that kind of thing.
Okay.
They usually get shipped to Grodd in the Occident. Though we've been making headway in the Ilmaran market lately.
Could I get one of those tracksuits you're holding?
We're pals and all, but I can't just freely hand out the merchandise. The bosses won't be happy.
Is that your machine behind you?
This rockin' beauty. Sure is. Like a rash you can't get rid of. You interested in heavy-duty cargo machinery?
A motor lorry, also called a camion, on Caillou and neighboring islands. This one looks roughed up enough to be some sort of found rust bucket. Maybe the A6.
Ooh, I was able to guess what kind of vehicle it was. That's cool. Tommy's a sweetheart. Seems nice. If you're gonna throw someone off the scent, you'd definitely say something like that, though. I don't know. The thing is, if you're just dealing with regular people, yes, but police will turn anything into an arrestable offense, so your best option is to say nothing, always. Does not work at airport customs. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. You don't even want to be in the same area as a police officer, says every single solicitor and lawyer ever, because they want to be able to prove that they're effective by solving a single case. They'll pin it on anybody for just being there. Is that a found A6 you got there?
Good eye, my man. Yup, she's an old one, but reliable. Me and her spent a long time together.
Gives the side of the lorry a friendly knock.
There it is again. A little touch of sadness beneath his cool. He thinks he's spent too long in this lorry.
Right. I had another question.
The man taps his fingers rhythmically against his arm.
Spare some change for a working stiff.
Huh?
Sudden.
No, I ain't got any money. They don't want to pay for unfinished work.
Sudden financial duties snap him out of his days. They who?
The bosses, man.
I don't know who these bosses think they are, but that sounds like a good arrangement for them.
Yeah, it sure ain't good for me. Or you. I'd spare a coin or two for a city cop down in his luck. If I had, say, 4 myself.
Right, empathy formidable. What do you see in his eyes? This is a white check, you may retry it. Low 28. That's not easy, but then empathy is my specialty, right? Or well, it could be higher. It was a low thing and I made it a specialty. Have you seen that real life Saul Goodman? Yes, I have seen him actually. That's apparently a thing they say in is he in Georgia or Kentucky? Kentucky's in a fucking bad state. But they say if your lawyer's got lots of rings on his hands, that's a sign that he'll get you off on technicalities and stuff like that. He's very much. I wouldn't be surprised if Saul Goodman was actually based off him. But yeah, no, he gives that advice. He says don't talk to police. But that's every solicitor, every lawyer says that. Don't talk to police. If you get arrested in the UK, ask for the duty solicitor. The police may hold you for up to 8 hours and try to intimidate you and tell you that you don't need that, but if that's what you ask for, you don't tell them anything else, you will be fine almost every time. If you start suggesting that you might know something or be like suggesting you don't know something, they will just hammer you flat and put you in jail basically. I don't know what the American version of that. I think it's just ask for a lawyer. Don't say lawyer dog. Because unfortunately, a black man who said, just give me a lawyer dog, they didn't give him his lawyer, and then they used that as an argument. Anything you say or do can be used against you in court. Like, yes, unfortunately, when your history catches me. I feel like I'll just get arrested for existing. I get tailed by the police a lot because I'm trans. If they notice that I'm trans, they'll start being slow around me, which feels fucking awful. And also, genuinely, trans people don't get believed. I stopped going to a Tesco because they tried to accuse me of stealing. I have stolen from that Tesco. I wasn't at the time, but it was a very unpleasant experience. And like, who cares? Honestly, you're not being paid to do that. Even the security guard that they have there is not being paid to do that. So it's weird that they were like, oh, yeah, it was awful. It was shitty. But then I just go to a different store that it costs half the price. Right, let's see if we can figure out what this guy's deal is.
Ease into it. Don't go too far. This seems like a personal matter.
The three options are, man, you look sad, what's going on with you? Hey Tommy, spill the beans, what's troubling you? The third one is in all caps. My man, I want to know about your soul. Hey Tommy, spill the beans. What's troubling you?
You really are the law, aren't you? I get that being bluntly observant and inquisitive comes with the territory, but it certainly doesn't help with your conversational skills, does it?
I thought that was the more diplomatic version, but okay.
That all the beans you got, Tommy? Damn, it really is hard to talk, man to man.
Well, I'm good. See
Don't
you.
be a stranger.
Gives you a salute with 2 fingers. You saw someone shoplifting earlier. Yeah, and the thing is, a lot of people will say, "Oh, I saw someone stealing food and I reported them," and some people will go, "Well, I saw someone stealing food and that was okay, but I saw someone stealing makeup and that was not okay." Listen, if you can sell makeup, you can buy food, right? You know what I mean? You get what I'm saying? If the fucking Avon Voix, whatever perfume is like 40 quid for some fucking reason because it's just like scented water, you know, it's gonna sell, and potentially that's food money, right? Also, people don't just need food, people also need things like shampoo and toothpaste, and a lot of people are locked into debt, or like heating. Obviously that's a big thing. You can go to a food bank for food, you can't really go to a food bank for heating or power, you know. Yeah, people have this image of police as diligent crime solvers. Even in the most successful police forces, if they can be called that, I think less than a quarter, maybe even less than 10% of crimes get solved, if that's the word that you want to use. They don't. You would think less than 50% would be enough to say, "Oh, we shouldn't be doing this system anymore. Maybe we should try something else." It exists to marginalize people, really. That's what it is, and enforce capitalism. Because if you didn't have a bunch of police saying, "Oh no, you can't take back the commons" or whatever, then maybe we would be able to grow our own food, you know? Right. Let's leave this guy alone. Okay, a short conversation, which is kind of good because
I'm a big
I
wizard.
didn't want to get locked in a huge thing with him. Thank you, Jellif. And also, hello. Bowie song from 69 called God Knows I'm Good about shoplifting. Nothing has changed, sadly. Yeah, Bowie, very nice person who's good and has never done anything weird. The thing that everybody always talks about is underage relationships, if you can call it that, which it isn't. But no one ever mentions that he also tried to popularize fascism within the music scene. He literally got pulled off stage by his manager because he was hailing at people. I don't know why. You knew I was going to say it. I just feel like it's, I don't know. I just feel like we need to remember that, because people go, "Oh, well, maybe this and maybe that and maybe that." And I'm like, nah, it seems pretty bad. Like, I'm uncomfortable wherever I see Bowie. I get his music's nice and whatever, but well, I guess you can separate art from the artist in the sense that he's actually dead, which I think is probably the only time that you can actually do that. Do a lot with a little, like in my case, I do not have much hard drive space. I don't. It's a big problem. Actually, let me check how much hard drive space I have right now. I have 11 gigabytes free on my actual hard drive, but I have 80 gigs free on my SSD, so that's okay. There's not much I can put on the SSD though without... Hopefully Morrissey dies soon so I can listen to the Smiths again. You can, realistically, you can listen to whatever, right? Musicians don't really get any money from people listening to it, so it's probably fine. It's not like fucking Hogwarts Legacy where it's like £60 to play the game or whatever. Well, it's not going to J.K. Rowling. If it's not going to J.K. Rowling, why did J.K. Rowling approve of it? You love the Smiths. Just listen to the Smiths. It's fine. There's so much music snobbery. It's different from other separate art from artists. And plus also we're talking about it as well, so I think that's important. People in there, I just like the aesthetics. Yeah, no. Lots of people will pretend to have opinions and pretend to be more reasonable than they are, but if they're gatekeeping something, they're on the same side as the attackers, as I learned last night. Joy Division used actual fascist font for their album covers. I'm like, part of me is like, wait, fascism has a font? But then I'm like, yeah, of course it does. Because that was the whole point in the 20th century, to make it appeal to people. So when they were trying it again in the 70s, using exactly the same tactics, we should be very suspicious and aware of that. Right, let's talk to this guy. Don't stay too long.
Welcome to Rivachol.
Announces the rotund man. The remark isn't addressed to you, it's addressed to the lieutenant. Oh, okay, so he's already what's that, a microaggression. Hey, I know Rivachol, that's where we are.
Don't you welcome to Revachol me.
Ooh.
My grandfather came here from a 3,000-year-old racist isolationist culture, while your ancestors came to this island a mere 300 years ago.
Oh, I wish I would have said something now.
Every school of thought and government has failed in the city, but I love it nonetheless. It belongs to me as much as it belongs to you.
You tell him.
It's men like you who keep Revachol divided, making it that much harder for everyone to climb out of this post-war limbo.
Kim is really going for it.
What he means is, fixation on the Revacholian nation makes it harder for Revachol to actually attain self-determination.
You're right, you're undermining our best shot at real self-determination.
Oh, come on, man. I just said welcome
He's
to
now
Rivachol.
listed
It's
as
a lorry driver thing.
racist lorry driver.
I know exactly what you meant. You think my kind doesn't belong here,
Whew.
that I should watch myself
Whew.
and behave.
Whew. I like this righteous anger.
But you see, I'm an officer of the RCN. It's actually my job to make sure you behave. I would advise you to remember that.
Silence. The air between them becomes tense. Your partner needs backup. Now's your moment to shine.
Well, I think we all learned something here. Smile at the lorry man.
I haven't learned anything I didn't know before.
Lorry man shakes his head with indignation. Fuck.
The lieutenant exhales and resumes his regular calmness.
Wow. Wow. I wish the first thing I said would have been to say something, because now it's on Kim's back instead. But also, I'm pleased that Kim could say that. Poor Kim. Now that that's settled, we have a couple of questions.
Whatever you say, officers.
Waits impatiently with a cigarette smouldering between his fingers. What are you hauling?
Oh, not much anymore. I'm here to pick up some cargo, but the dock workers are on strike, so it's a sit and wait on your ass situation.
What kind of cargo are you supposed to pick up?
Apples.
Apples.
Apples is exactly the kind of thing you'd say if you had something to hide.
Apples?
Yeah, apples. I take it you had other questions? Oh, not much anymore. I'm here to pick
how long
up
has this
some
been going
cargo
on for?
per strike. Oh, they've been at it for a while. A month. 2 months, maybe. But this here is just the last week or so.
It's just towards the lorries. What kind of cargo are you supposed to pick
Apples.
up?
Apples is exactly
Sounds like a
the
cover
kind of
story
thing
to me.
Look, as detective, I come from a long line of lorrymen. We got ancient rights and privileges.
He loses his patience for explaining it.
Oh, I'm here to pick up a load of fucking apples, man. Just regular Koiko picked apples.
What's cocoa? Is that a racist term?
Koiko may be another derogative. For a person from Grad, you think.
Oh, so they grow apples in Grad?
Yep, it's one of their main exports. They grow them down South Yekokata. A beautiful place. Got great scenic vistas.
In fact, Yekokata is a desolate wasteland whose name literally translates to Zone of Ecological Catastrophe. It features no scenic vistas and supports virtually no plant or animal life.
Yekokataya is not in the south, and they definitely don't grow apples there.
Yeah? Says who?
It's literally in the name, Zone of Ecological Catastrophe.
Then, I guess they grow apples somewhere else. You can never really tell with those koikos. They're everywhere, except their own homes.
I'm gonna say, you keep saying cocos, what does that actually mean?
He means the people living in Grad.
Yeah, you know, Gradniks, Gradvolk, those degenerates from Grad.
Oh, okay, so it's an ethnic slur.
Hey, if the name and description fit by the very grace of nature, Who am I to say otherwise?
Wow, I really hate this guy because he's not just racist. He's like a thinking racist. I want to use my the idea that he's thinking and not just leaning on the most easily accessible, comforting thoughts. But yeah. So can I see the apples?
Did you miss the part where I said they aren't here yet? Besides, even if I did have some, I wouldn't go putting my nose in them, huh?
He looks at you with a strange glint in his eyes.
Relax. You've got all you can get here. He probably doesn't even know what he's hauling, even if it is something unsavory. So he'd remain unaccountable.
Just had someone with a very strong rural English accent of some kind just called you really loudly asking, "Is this Les?" And I was like, "No," and they went, "Well, I'm Chris anyway," so I hung up. "Is that Jimmy?" Wait, do I still have the Jimmy? I probably don't still have the fucking line. So there was a thing, yeah, there was a thing in Roscoe's stream where he was playing a very old man in Red Dead Redemption 2, which was he just the most fragile man he could possibly make. And at one point someone was just went up to him and what they said was just a little bit too loud, but then I think there was also maybe a glitch with the sound as well, so it came out as loud as it possibly could be, and they were like, "Is that Jimmy?" And it just completely threw us because it was so fucking funny. I think I saved it. Please be in here, please be in. Ah, shit, I didn't save it. There's a clip of it. I've made a clip of it somewhere. It'll be in Roscoe's clips. It'll just be called Is That Jimmy? But that's it, that's the whole story. Oh, and then he got knocked over by a horse as well, so, and he was like, oh, Sandy Peters. Yeah, it was so funny. It was so good. And we all cried when he died, which we knew. He was like a single shot character. He was going to die. He was just so fragile. What was that? At one point, people tried to like adopt him and look after him and like put him in bed so he couldn't cause any harm, and then he went fucking climbing on a bank and got someone fall on him, so he died. I love it. There's also, I don't know if it's an ageism thing. It probably is partially an ageism thing, but I think that old people can be very funny. Ah, yeah, shit, that's it. That's it. Hang on. Let me get this on the big screen. On the big screen. This is a scene from a streamer that I admire, playing a very old man.
You're probably a lot younger than you think. You just gotta jump on to it. Come on,
give me a real word.
You just gotta help him up, you know.
Is that Jimmy? Oh my God.
No, I'm not Jimmy.
He's it's so it's so funny. Is that Jimmy? Hang on, I need to go.
Oh my ears.
No.
Is that Jimmy? Oh my ears.
Someone immediately goes, "Oh my ears." Is that Jimmy? I wanted to make it a sound alert, but I couldn't figure out how to do that. And that was like a year ago at this point. But I feel like going back to bed, skipping this day. I feel like that a lot. I tried very hard to make sure I got kind of enough sleep because I went to sleep at 8 a.m. But it's tricky. Hopefully I go to sleep early. I don't know if you're up for playing Project Zomboid later though. Maybe. We don't have to go too late though. Me and Fuzzy Nut are building a base together in Momsy's Project Zomboid server. Let me shout out Momsy. There we go. Hi Mashimum, it's good to see you. We're just playing Disco Elysium. I forgot the name of the game for a second there. We're talking to a racist lorry driver. He said something about the rights and privileges of lorrymen.
Oh yeah, they're a big deal. My great-grandfather was a carter, had a royal license and everything. We've tried to hold on to our privileges.
That sounds like a big dog whistle, doesn't it? Casual Thursdays. Oh yeah, it's Thursday, isn't it? I know it was Thursday. What's a carter?
Someone with a cart. What did you think it was? That's how deep into history our thing reaches, before machines.
And that's a privilege?
Sure fucking is. We have a guild and everything, huh? Very ancient, very prestigious.
So you're in a Cars Guild.
Goddamn right. They've been trying to fuck us out of our heritage in the name of profit. But when they try to replace us, they'll regret it.
I just think about almost every time whenever anyone says heritage, it's like a shitty thing. The exception being my mum, who was trying to stop old buildings getting destroyed, which I think is a good thing. And she made the argument that it's actually cheaper to just fix the inside of a building than to remove it. But instead, loads of like industrial heritage, I think was the term she used. Loads of industrial heritage buildings got destroyed. Which is unfortunate. I'm sure she's very depressed about that. I haven't spoken to her for a couple of years though. Not for any single reason.
Trusting street thugs with their goods is going to fuck him right up the ass. Mark my words. Generations of practice and no laughing matter.
I wanted to ask something else about that.
Yeah, they're a big deal. Like, sure fucking is.
Some kind of union?
No, it's a guild. Invitation only. Unions work for the rich fucks. They're basically the same. Been trying to fuck us out of our heritage in the name of profit, but you can't replace experience. Trusting street thugs with...
Yeah, we're done for now. You didn't give me anything interesting at all. You seem to not like unions, which is weird, because the union would be the thing that would protect your job. But I guess you don't want people's jobs protected, you want it just for yourself. That's kind of weird. Oh, it's this shop. Fritte. 3 T's. Missed a game on Steam about that the other day. About what, sorry? About Casual Thursdays? Or, unions? I'm sorry. I'm not quite up to speed. What's this? Yellow roses. This is some tulips too. So this is probably... Tulips are like a whole thing. Like a big money-making thing. It's the reason that Holland made so much of them. But I think they actually like crashed their economy doing that. Released a game on Steam about that. Oh, sorry, you already said that. Melancholy pop song plays on the radio. What else can we look at? Kim, do you want a flower?
Yes.
Never mind. What's this?
The tear machine stands in the corner. A sign says, 1 bottle equals 10 cents.
Alco Achieve. Is this a recycling machine or is this a drinking machine?
Oh, that's the tear machine.
Yeah, but what is it?
It's a machine for tear. You know, you find tear outside, like bottles or whatever.
Oh!
And put it in the machine, then it gives you money.
So this is a thing that was started at a music event called Roskilde, which is held in Roskilde in Denmark. It's a short train journey from Copenhagen. I went to this. Although it really did sort of radicalize me because the idea was people could return cups and bottles and cans and stuff and they would get a little bit of money back, which would be taken as a tax when they purchased them in the first place. And it was quite successful, so they expanded it into like a public works thing in Germany and in Denmark. The problem was, and certainly in Roskilde, is that what really happened is people traveled all the way from Hungary and further for the promise of work that didn't require a CV or something, and had these big sort of cleaning groups where they would package loads and loads and loads and loads and loads of bags, which is faster and more efficient than each individual person doing it. Because I should take a step back. I got a Roskilde ticket because I volunteered to work at the recycle station, which was a lot harder than I thought it was. The ticket was worth about $1,000, so for like 3 or 4 days or whatever it was, working like I don't remember doing anything other than working there, to be honest. It was just the whole thing I was doing. I didn't get to see anything. I got an opportunity to go and see the Rolling Stones, but just seeing that many people at once just sort of like clicked something in my head, and it was like, I'm in danger. I'm already a little bit afraid of crowds, just on the basis that I don't do well in groups. Groups tend to dislike me and all decide collectively they don't dislike me. I think there was something that I'd probably be fine now. So yeah, all I ended up doing was just counting out plastic cups and bottles and stuff. But yeah, it's sort of weird because the point was it meant that the festival tidied up and didn't have to hire a cleaning service. But what actually happened was a cleaning service just ended up being created, except that there were presumably even less worker rights than they would have had if they were a formal cleaning service. About rebuilding buildings that were damaged in World War II. Oh, okay, that's interesting. I might take a look at that. The really unfortunate thing was because there were only so many recycling stations, and it was just very slow. And like I say, it was made faster by all these people picking this stuff up and putting it in bags. Hi, notification, good to see you. I'm talking about Roskilde Music Festival. But it meant that we just simply couldn't process it fast enough. And also I got kind of sick at the end, so we were like a person down. It wouldn't have made a difference because there was just so much. And the people who came to pick up the stuff, they still had to buy a ticket to get in. But because they couldn't afford a full ticket, they would get like a half-day ticket or a day ticket, which was still a lot of money. And if they went outside of that ticket, they would get in trouble. And because they were all like people of color from Hungary, the security was like constantly on their case. Some guy was like, "Oh, you need to check everyone's ticket whenever you do the recycling." Some guy who was dressed entirely in Danish flags, so you know he's a racist. And I was like, the only thing I'm here to do is recycle. And I don't know if it was like a retaliation or if this just happens every time, but at the end of a Roskilde festival, when everyone had basically gone home, and we got everything stolen out of our tent because we didn't realize that you're supposed to like unpack your tent before it happens, not afterwards. Including a Minecraft t-shirt, which is interesting, and a knitted hat that I had, which I'll never see ever again. All of the security with nothing better to do, even though the festival was over, came to the recycling stuff and just basically gave fines to everybody that had been waiting patiently to get their money, who had done all this work. And it was so fucked up, and I was like, basically all the white people just get to fucking throw the trash wherever, and all the people of color get punished for doing that. I was absolutely furious, and I never went back to Roskilde Festival because I was so mad about that. But you do see it, I think, in a public work sense, in like in cities and stuff, it's good because people will buy a drink it, and then give the bottle to a homeless person who will put it in the machine and get some money for it. That's more reliably getting the money than just relying on donations from people. But yeah, no, at Roskilde, it was like there's such an obvious like power difference in this. It made me feel so uncomfortable. I was just like, ugh. And everyone's like, oh, it's amazing, it's revolutionizing. Nah, I think that you should just formally pay these people so that they can have a contract, so they don't get prosecuted for doing their job, because that was so fucked up. Anyway, this is that machine. You'll see these around. I think they do them in some places in the UK. Maybe, I'm not sure. I think it would be good. How do I pick up tear for the tear machine?
You need a bag, I guess. We used to have some, but we gave them all out, so...
Oh.
Feel free to use it if you find a bag, though. I'm sure there are some out there. Somewhere.
So I need to find a bag, I guess. What else can we do? What's this?
You see several packaged raincoats fill a low shelf beneath a display of croissants and juice bottles. The raincoats are transparent, except for the big Fritta slogan on the back.
I need a raincoat.
What is what? It's a raincoat. If you want to buy one, then it's only 4 real.
I don't have 4 real. What's this?
A small cabinet on the wall is filled with various medicine bottles, nasal sprays, and blister packs. They all bear the Saint Baptiste Pharmaceutics logo. Their logo is the bloodless rose, pure white, untouched by harm.
That's kind of weird.
Just ask me if you need anything from Saint Baptiste. We don't stock prescription meds, but we do have Nosafed, Duramine, Magnesium, and Hypnogamma.
What do these products do?
I don't know. Let's see. Nosafed is a nasal spray. Duramine is a really good painkiller. Magnesium is a dietary supplement. Hypnogamma is... I don't really know what Hypnogamma is. I guess it makes you feel less shit. It's recommended to use after lots of partying, studying, or exercising.
Thank you.
Uh-huh.
Who's Saint Baptiste?
Saint Baptiste.
Saint
You know,
Baptiste.
The pharmaceuticals company. Saint Baptiste Pharmaceuticals. The one that sells meds out of Saint Baptiste. That one. There.
She is right. Saint Baptiste, the company, derives its name from Saint Baptiste, the city. Itself so named because that's what it is. A rare case where that really is the full etymological history. As far as almost anyone knows, at least.
I like that even though she's just like rude and gives the information, the encyclopedia part of his brain is just pleased that someone knows the answer to something. Like, yes, good student. How many ammonia? I used mine.
Yeah, there's like an ampule somewhere.
I can't afford it. It's an ampule. Oh, it's the little bottle. What's this?
A colourful display of cigarettes and alcohol bottles line the shop wall, inviting you closer.
This is not a good place for a recovering addict.
Guess not, no. I'm obliged to inform you that both alcohol and cigarettes damage your health, but I guess you already know that.
Please tell me more.
The pale aged vodka is special, I guess. It's stored in pale for a couple of years, which makes it super expensive and super strong.
What is pale?
You know.
You know, she shrugs, uninterested in explaining further. What will it do to my body?
I mean, I already said it'd hurt you. I don't know what else they do.
He stares at you unsure.
Substances give powerful bonuses to your
A tutorial
health
agent came
at the
out.
cost of damage to your health or morale. Cigarettes raise your intellect while
Really?
damaging your health. Alcohol raises physique while damaging your morale.
Okay.
Use medication, like Nosafed and Magnesium, to counteract the negative effects of substances.
Ah.
Note: consuming substances can have unforeseen consequences for you.
Hi, Cat. Welcome back. And hi, Luna Sky. Do you sell any under-the-counter vices?
No, Frit only sells legal drugs, like the law says.
Yeah, okay. Well, that was a pretty useless conversation. Oh, wait. I should actually talk to her.
Welcome to Frit. Feel free to look around or something. Everything is out on the shelves.
What's that magazine she's reading?
What's that magazine you're reading?
You mean this?
Looks at the colourful... She looks at the cover boasting a colourful photo of 2 girls kissing.
This is Pop Stars. It's got, like, famous people in it. It's not for sale.
Wrong, the French did some of the most god-awful philosophy of a cigarette in hand. It is interesting to me how much France will, like, take advantage of stuff that's been said in their colonies and then go, it's actually us that came up with this. The one that really sticks out to me is, who's the French guy that everyone thinks is really cool? The World War II leader. So there's this very famous picture of Charles de Gaulle, thank you. Peter who? There's this very famous picture of France being liberated from the Nazis, but the thing is, what kind of happened is that there was a big revolution in France because France very quickly folded into being controlled by the Nazis, and certainly Vichy France, which was like the south of France, became this very prominent, like, pro-Nazi place, which it kind of still is in many ways. But yes, France being this huge empire that's very mean to places like Algeria, and Haiti, of course. They were like, actually, no, fuck this. It was bad enough with you. We're not having, you know, white supremacist, shitty Nazi thugs controlling us. So most of the liberation of France was done by the people who'd been colonized by France. But right as they came to Paris, Charles de Gaulle basically had them pushed aside so they could take a picture of all the white troops and go, ah, yes, the French people saved themselves. But, like, you know, if you live under a regime, if you live under a big colonial country and you're considered part of that empire, is that not your home? Like, it's very shitty stuff. Charles the Cold-Blooded. Like Rousseau. I don't remember who that is. There's also this tendency I find with a lot of philosophers who tend to be French, is that they'll start to say some really good stuff and then they'll get a bit too high on their own farts and they'll just start saying whatever the fuck they want. Sato is against Algerian independence too. Yeah. Algeria, quite rightly, does not like France. A lot of places don't like France, quite rightly. It's whenever I read about a country and it's like, oh, its economy's fucked up and there's all this inequality, I'm like, I just go mentally, I go Britain, France, America, or Spain, and it usually is the correct answer. Occasionally it'll be like Denmark, and you're like, why does Denmark have a colony in the middle of India? What the fuck? Why does anyone have a colony? Right, let's find out about this Popstar magazine.
Looks like it also has something called Police de la Mode, featured on page 34. This speaks to you.
What's this fashion police feature?
It's where they rate different outfits famous people wear. It's kind of funny. They're kind of mean. It's about who's the most stylish.
So who's the most stylish here? Can't be anyone from here.
Benita. She's a model. Usually it's a model. Or a singer-songwriter. Or a model.
What about ants? Goddamn colonialist ants. The film? Antsy? Because he's called Z and he's an ant, and also he's antsy about his position in life. Oh, ant colonies. Ants are one of the few creatures that declare war on each other. Along with apes and humans. Sometimes people say it's only ants and humans, but apparently chimpanzees have been observed to have war.
We are not the fashion police. We're the real police.
Shut up, Kim. We're not the fashion police. We're the real police. The lieutenant looks at you. What's this? Where's
I don't know. Frit?
Why is it written with 3 T's?
I think they think that the extra T makes it funkier. It doesn't.
She chews on her gum with disgust.
The story goes that normal Fritte, with 2 T's, a men's workwear shop in Vredefort, was already taken.
Vredefort.
So when Fritte Retail Inc. grew into a multinational corporation, they had to add an extra letter to avoid trademark infringement.
I asked, but I already knew the answer, I guess. Fritte. Fritte. I have some questions for you.
Okay. I'm not really supposed to be chatting to anyone, but...
Can you tell me what body? Can you tell me what reality? Listen, you gotta stop asking people about reality. What? Tell me about the dead body.
I don't really know anything. I mean, I know it's there, but I haven't seen it, so...
How long has it happened?
I don't know, really long.
Did you know the man who died?
Not really.
A little? Does that mean you knew him a little?
No. I didn't know him at all.
What do you think happened?
I don't know.
Okay.
No need to worry. It's just standard procedure for us to ask around. If you hear anything, let us know, okay?
Stop being so nice.
Okay.
Thanks for your help. Tell us about anything about the reality. Fuck it, why not?
Reality? You mean what reality? Economic reality or...
It sounds like someone's literally in the room. Yeah, I did know the surround sound in the voice in this game is so... When I first turned on the game, I was like, Oh, is this coming out of speaker? Like, is it not in my headphones? Because it doesn't feel like it's here. It feels like it's here. So that's very good. Whatever that is that they've done. Potentially, what they've done is gotten a couple of mics and then played stuff close by, like the virtual barbershop thing. It's weird, is it? Yeah, it's a little freaky.
She is like a student unexpectedly called upon by a teacher. Can she answer the classroom question?
Sure. Tell me about the economic reality.
I don't really know anything. I mean, I'm 15.
15 is an excellent time to learn about the economic reality.
Yeah, that's why I'm working my arse off in Frit. So I guess, like, that's economic.
What about the physical reality then?
I don't know. What about it?
Where are we?
We're in Frit.
No, I mean, where are we on a larger scale?
As mankind, or as a nation, or...
What will her essay prompt be?
As a mankind.
In a good place.
She rips her face thinking.
I mean, science is doing great, and this radio computer thing seems to be kinda big. I don't know.
She shrugs and folds a magazine. What time is it?
I don't know. Look at the clock. It's right behind you on the wall.
The clock shows the time at 10:09. The hands seem to be still. It's apparent the clock doesn't work.
What is the revolution?
When ordinary people take over the government and demand democracy.
What about the one we had in Revocol?
Yeah, it happened like 50 years ago or so. Sorry, I'm not very good at this. At history, I mean.
The coalition, what is that? Someone told me there is one.
Our government? Or do you mean something else? Sorry, I really need to finish this article.
I won't bother you with this nonsense anymore.
Oh.
Okay, I got some XP for that. Alright, sometimes just doing nonsense stuff works. This was not a super helpful store though. She's quite rude. She's 15. Ooh, bin. Magnesium. I forget why I need that, or if I need that. Coins! Yes. 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 I'm so close to having 1 real. What's going on here then? Right away. Right away.
Scab?
Scab?
You're hazy on the notion of a scab. Smells like politics, though. Maybe it's got something to do with the flask he reaches for from time to time.
What exactly is a scab? I know
A
what
kind
scab
of a
is.
worm, content with mere survival. They come, they want to do our job for shittier pay, screwing over both themselves and us. Everybody loses.
Hold on, where did they all come from?
Beats me. Somewhere in the ground, I think.
Wait, his name is Call Me Manana? Call Me Man. I don't know how to pronounce when the N goes like that. Doesn't matter, I meet 15-year-olds as wise as a 30-year-old all the time. If I internalize anything, I'm internalizing where I live with the hope that I might find out. Sounds like she's in denial. I mean, better to know that you don't know anything than to decide that you're not going to learn anything anymore, I suppose. I feel like as I'm 30, that many of my peers are like, yeah, we don't need to learn anymore, we're comfy, we've got our job and our car and our stuff, and I'm like, well, I don't, so I need to keep learning. Mainly just because if you don't know stuff, people will take advantage of you. That's a big thing I think about. Don't seem to like them much.
Gotta be bloody stupid, freaking evil to Scab. Or I guess scared, maybe. But scared of what? Of who?
He looks at the mask, squinting his eyes as if to ascertain what they're scared of. So the scabs that they did for the NHS, because of the NHS strikes, they're paying them £40 an hour, which I think is more than what their nurses that are on strike are asking for. Which is interesting. How dare you want to keep living, yeah.
Personally, I'd rather beg than scab. If the gentleman shouting on the street came begging, maybe they'd have gotten something.
Better than begging, come on.
Sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do. These scabs ain't begging. They ain't holding on to their integrity.
I'm not a scab, I'm a cop.
I was just messing with you. No one's ever seen a cop scab. Imagine, you cops going on a strike, But then another cop comes in and says, let us cop for less money.
Police are technically not allowed to have a union, which is interesting. I'm not sure why that is. I think it's a good rule, but they also sort of kind of have a union, and also many benefits of that nature, self-interest sort of stuff, internal. You know, whenever there's an internal investigation of the police. I think what was very funny and predictable and kind of sad was recently, I think the government or something appointed someone to look into police corruption, who was then almost immediately arrested and fired from his job because he was arrested. And I'm like, yeah, we all understand how that happened, right? Because the thing is, people are always breaking the law all the time. The law is quite complicated, and you can just mold it however you want when you want to throw some away. So of course the person investigating the police, they arrested him. Like, what did we think was going to happen?
Speaking of, what brings the RCM here, to the Wild North? Come to see the strife?
I've come to Martinez investigating a murder.
Murder, huh? That sounds like a lot of hard work. You'd never see me investigating a murder.
Maybe you want to help me solve it by saying who did it?
Of course, Policia. It wasn't me. You can rule me out. Easier that way.
He didn't do it. It's the truth.
I ain't know what's behind these gates. I'm exploring.
My friend, I respect the right to roam. The open range awaits.
Does this mean you can let me through the gate?
I don't operate in that capacity. I'm not a granter of passage. The passage grants itself.
If it's all so simple, why don't the strikebreakers just go up the stairs?
Yeah, I was literally thinking, I was like, it looks like the stairs go up there. We used to have a police association, just another temporary union. Yeah. It's, we're not allowed to have a union. Well, we have a goonion. A police goonion. You know, a police rumium. Did you just say union? No? You're under arrest. That's simple. I just walk in.
Aye. Walk right past Measurehead and go in.
Past Measurehead?
Yeah, the 2.5 meter tall Semini supremacist there. Walk right past him.
Right.
Then press the button to unlock the door.
Aha.
Then go past him again.
Okay.
And you enter the arbor through the office. Está.
So you're saying it's actually quite difficult?
Don't worry, I'm sure it's not completely impossible. For example, you could best Measurehead in a physical confrontation.
And die.
Or you could convert to a Semini supremacist worldview. Or, maybe it actually is completely impossible.
Any of the scabs tried converting to his worldview?
Jean-Luc himself would say the philosophy has proven overly heroic for the scabs to convert to. Not enough intuition.
Has anyone ever bested him in a physical confrontation?
Not yet, no. He's incredibly strong.
Got it. Another thing.
Sure.
I'm short of money. Can you give me some?
Sure thing, my friend.
Aww.
I can help you out.
Right, let's try and catch it.
The coin narrowly slips by your outstretched fingers and falls to the ground.
I don't think that was even a particularly difficult test.
Oh, I'm sorry. Didn't mean to throw it like that. It's a thing we harbor folk do, passing around cargo and such. Was not meant as provocation or ridicule.
The boyadero stares at you with respect, then gestures towards the trickles of blood adorning your clothes.
Oh. For some reason there's no text for that, I can't see. That might be a glitch, because what actually it said is Lieutenant Kisaragi picks up the coin and hands it to you. Say nothing and pocket the coin.
Always glad to help out the RCM. We're on the same branch, you and I. Humans, I mean, not slithering scabs.
I don't think he's a very good revolutionary, because or whatever he's meant to be, because cops are definitely on the side of scabs. What's the strike about anyway?
You know, serious business. I'm sure the big boss will be glad to tell you. You'll have to ask him first.
He's a chatty guy. Wants to talk about the strike. Return once you've met the union boss and are on a better footing with the organization.
Okay. I'm just here out of curiosity. I don't think I'll learn much about the murder here. But who's this guy?
Bastards! We have a right to work!
Man yells towards the harbour gates. His voice is the loudest of the lot and oddly screechy for a man his size. What's going on here?
Hold up and stay frosty, everyone. Cops are here.
The broad-shouldered alpha male. Ugh. He's turns to you. He's a full head taller than anyone else here. Since this game came out, I feel like the term alpha male has just taken such a nosedive. Not that it ever had good origins in the first place.
You here to fuck with us? Beat the honest worker down.
Why should I?
We're here to fight for a cause. Stripes usually have problems with people who have causes.
This is true. Okay, then I'm thinking no.
Good. We're fighting for a cause here. Right to work! Right to work!
I've always hated the term alpha male. Yeah. I mean, it was always bad, but now it's so bad. But I think before that, it was also so bad. It just sort of took a little break for a bit. But the idea of alpha male doesn't exist. No man is an island. Wolves very regularly rely on each other. Male lions are actually incapable of hunting for themselves because they're mostly just meant to be pretty. That's what they do. There are no alpha males. There's just men who die in a forest somewhere because they didn't learn how to filter water because they think they're very cool and they're like a big doom prepper because they're so manly. Or some of the big thinkers of being alpha males in both the old times and today are people who very much relied on the labor of their wives and mothers and stuff like that. So it's just work with people, you know.
Besides, we're not that different. It helps if people see us talking, cops and strikebreakers together. Shows authorities are on our side. Builds confidence.
Oh, interesting. What kind of cause are we talking about here?
Rights of people. Rights of workers. To have gainful employment. To make a salary. And feed their families.
I thought he was supposed to have a shrill voice. I think they just went with like a very like Buzz Lightyear kind of voice.
His manner of speaking is wooden, the tone of voice bland and uninspired, almost as if compiling replies from a set of learned phrases.
I don't think I've chosen any sides yet.
Might be time. Don't let the fat bastards tread on you. Cops tend to side with the higher-ups, but you're essentially still workers. I don't trust cops, but I can see you understand the right to work! Right to work!
Okay, regardless, I have some questions for you.
Maybe you should ask them the questions.
Okay.
Like, why we're not allowed to make a living here. Shame on you! We have families to feed, you piece of shit.
Points at the finger at the man sitting on the railing.
So do we, Scab.
Oh, okay. Wait, these are the scabs? Who are these strikebreakers?
Honest men and women with rights to work, to be useful, not toys for corporate interests.
Man runs a hand through his steadily graying military haircut.
We came here to help the harbor run smoothly in time of crisis. If union fucks don't want work, they ought to let in those who do want work.
I have a question. Why do all these men follow your leadership?
You think they follow because I'm big and loud? No. They follow the rules of the market, the rules of the economy, because they were given a job to do!
Sorry, everyone's been talking about it recently, but it just reminded me of the succulent Chinese meal guy. Get your hands off my penis! I see you know your judo well. Gentlemen, this is Democracy Manifest. Rested for what? Enjoying a meal? A succulent Chinese meal? That guy is so great. I mean, it's kind of a risk, but like, He got arrested because they said he was like a, I think again Hungarian, or Romanian. Was it Hungarian? Romanian? I don't remember. Criminal, which but then they were like, oh no, it's actually because he kept dining and dashing, which is they said after that fact. So I think they were very, very, very embarrassed by him embarrassing them. And then it became a meme again. But I think he's just an actor, which is why he's like that. And he also said he was kind of drunk at the time. A succulent Chinese meal. Yeah, he's great. But for some reason, when he went given a job to do, it just reminded me of the way that that guy talks. You should look it up, succulent Chinese meal guy. Also known as Democracy Manifest. I want to get into the harbor too.
Have fun. Union shits are on full strike. Don't think they're going to let you through the gates. I'm trying to meet their fat boss.
I'm interviewing people about a murder that took place behind the hostel cafeteria there.
I know nothing about a murder.
His reply is snappy and terse. So maybe some people have been asking him before.
The mention of a killing sends a barely noticeable shiver of tenseness through him. Interesting.
Absolutely nothing.
Wouldn't put it past these harbor bugs. They'd do anything to stay alive.
See, I thought he was a protester, but he's a scab.
Right to work! It's shameful. Cops doing nothing. You should bring backup. Open up the gates for us. Blockading gainful employment for workers is a crime.
This isn't really my area of expertise.
We are not picking a side in this just yet, sir.
In the news today, President of France, Emmanuel Macron, is trying to raise the retirement age from 62 to 64. Yeah, I read about that. So the 8 biggest unions across the country are doing a massive wave of strikes and the protests of over 200 actions across the country. France's unions are very good at mobilizing in a way that we in the UK are sort of very pathetically limbering towards. You know, and I say that because it's really good that the teachers and the nurses and the rail workers and what's the 4th thing that I'm forgetting about? I'm sure there was another big union. Basically basically everything. Many of the big parts of worker industry in the UK are all talking about doing big strikes. But we should be trying to get a general strike, and we probably will. This probably will get to a general strike, which is going to be very interesting because what the fuck is the government going to do? And if that works, which I think it will, because the government doesn't seem to understand that, like, you have to break you got to break the strike some way or another. If they're going to clamp down, which is the way that they've been heading towards, that's just going to make it fiercer. They're an incredibly unpopular government after a series of incredibly unpopular governments. They could fucking destroy the Tory party forever. They could never be Tories ever again after this, the way that they're going. So I'm quite excited about that. You're part of a union in Canada for 5 years, did nothing at the start of the pandemic and quit your job. Best thing you ever did. What, quitting your job? I'm a little upset with the local acting union in Sheffield because they're not interested in helping people get employed as actors. They're only interested in people who are already employed, and the way that their membership works, which they keep raising the price of, which is also sort of shitty because, like I say, most actors are doing unpaid labor. Those are the people who should be getting represented by a union, but they can't afford to because they're not getting paid. It's just, I don't know if that's an issue of other unions, but I'm like, eh. So I annoyed them because I basically said I thought that they should be trying to get everybody paid, which they should. If we have to pay to eat money to live, then we should all be getting some kind of job, even if it's the most useless job ever, just existing as a person. Like, I mean, universal basic income, basically, but most jobs don't even actually contribute anything anyway. I can't remember who, but this guy that basically said like 50% of all jobs could just be nothing, and basically are. certainly, you know, like boardroom people and people that work in upper management and stuff like that tend to just own businesses and not actually do anything with them, except for run them into the ground and take all the money and spend it on cocaine.
Pity. Let us work!
What is a strike?
When a bunch of ungrateful, lazy cockroaches can't get their act together, decide to block honest work for other people.
He shifts uncomfortably in his workers' overalls. What did the strikers want?
Beats me. They mumble nonsense about boardrooms and workers' rights, while we have the right to work!
There's something odd in the way he carries himself. His set of clothing looks vaguely mismatched. The different pieces of the attire seem ill-fitting.
Ill-fitting? What does that mean?
His shirt is far too small and an unpleasantly tight fit, while the overalls, held up by a belt, seem to fit a man with much more corpulence.
You wearing new clothes?
He ignores your question, choosing instead to turn to the emaciated workers, raising both fists in the air. The clothes are obviously not his.
He's suddenly jumped up my like suspect list, which is to say he's the only person on it because I'm not suspicious of anybody yet. Why is he wearing mismatched workers garb? Why is he terse about the murder, which obviously is related or appears to be related to what's going on with all this stuff?
Silence is the answer. There's something off here, but he won't say what. You've been talking to him for quite a while now. Something is off with this guy. Ask him where he's from.
Okay, I gotta ask, where exactly are you from?
What's it to you?
Deep-set suspicion drips from every syllable. Routine, part of the investigation.
Am I a suspect? Done no crimes. I only fight for the rights of people.
Every once in a while, it's like you can see glimpses of another guy under the guise of this fighter for jobs. He seems a more brutal, cunning, and suspicious person. Just a hunch. Or you just might be paranoid.
Already got that. I'm interested in your background.
We're all workers, right? Workers stick together. Came from the eminent domain, in Jamrock. Backgrounds in odd jobs, heavy lifting, cargo hauling, bouncer work. I know the drill.
A bouncer? Where? I frequent a lot of bars. Maybe it's one I know.
Worked at Territorial. Ring a bell?
Best thing was quitting.
Pretty okay as far as lies go.
Not right now, but I think I might have been there. I don't really remember things. No, I'm not gonna say that. Yeah, I think I've been there.
Uh-huh. It was a long time ago.
Oh, okay. What exactly is your goal here?
We were promised work. We'd be in there, working, if the bastards hadn't shut the gates.
And you're unable to breach the entrance.
Main gate's locked. Would take heavy ordnance to bust it open. Could try to get in through the secretary's office. Door's locked. The guards blocking the way to the access panel. And I don't mean the scrawny mess bunk either. I mean head measurer. Or whatever he is.
The head measure?
Huge Seminese guy standing up there on the overhead passage. Won't let anyone by. The access panel is right behind it.
How bad could one guy be? You seem capable.
Bad. Standing on a narrow bridge, he's got a strategically advantageous position. And he's trained.
I do think it's interesting how much, when you get into sort of like protests and stuff like that, how like old, very old tactics about positioning and you know how much they come through, especially like I was seeing stuff about like protest police getting trained in like Roman shield techniques and stuff, and I'm like, that's so weird that that's so relevant, but I guess it always is, right? We kind of just decided that war was something that happened outside of the cities, but it's happening all the time, and certainly military technology is constantly trying to find new ways to be used in cities. I think there's a very big push to try and come up with a tank that works in a city. Ooh.
Delicious viewers.
Hello. Tinstink, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in. And Tazzy Tazzington, thank you for the follow. We're just playing some Disco Elysium. I keep forgetting the name of it, even though it's such a big important game. And you know, talking about strikes and stuff, because there's this big strike event thing going on. Welcome in. How was your stream? Let me give you a shout out. Cheddar Stink. There we go. Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild. Oh, I love Breath of the Wild. It's become, if I need to relax and I'm like sat or laid down somewhere and pull out my Switch and just how far did I get? I beat the flying boss. Did I beat another one? No, I just did the flying one. So I've got the thing where you can jump up really, really high. It was at first it was very difficult for me to make progress, but then once I understood the shield thing that you can do, things got a lot easier for me, which I learned from watching Edinburgh's Nicest Boy play it. What kinds of a bit of pepper spray mixed in? Yeah. Well, the weird thing is, pepper spray is considered a war crime if you use it against a soldier, but if you use it against a protester and you're a cop, it's fine. Interesting. There was also, I was seeing this thing about like cops using taser shields, but apparently if you throw a water balloon full of salt water at them, it shorts them out and drains the battery, which I think is an interesting piece of information. Progress in Disco Elysium. Yeah, not very much so far. I've been having conversations with people. I managed to get a kid out of the cold. You're welcome. And I got a hat out of it, and that was pretty good. For some reason my chat just moved up the page. That was weird. I'm having some issue with OBS at the moment, but it's something I'll have to fix after I stop streaming.
I don't know how the Union has a trained killer up there, but that one's no joke, and my men are tired and hungry. They're workers.
Delicious viewers.
Whoa! A second raid. Hello, Kindlefrost. Thank you so much. Welcome in. How was your stream? Let me just give you a shout out. We're playing Disco Elysium for the second time. This is the second time I've been playing it. Symph Raiders. Oh, that's the one of your VR games. Where you fight the music. I don't know. It's very interesting. I think about how like there used to be a lot of music sort of games like that in like the sort of 2000s, and then it kind of went away, and then VR chats just like brought them back all of a sudden. Effin Film, I hope I'm saying that right. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. It's a Kindle Cavalry charge. That sounds good, doesn't it? Kindle Cavalry. I love that frog as well. That frog's very good. Did you make that frog, or is that from something? I love that. Because I have another frog emote from let me find it. A good frog from Soy Milk's channel. I feel like they're spiritually very close to each other. Do I have another frog? I'm just trying to see if I had any froogy stuff. You want to try VR chat? I'm interested in playing it because it's free, and you don't actually need VR to play it. It feels very similar to like things like Gary's Mod before that got a bit dodgy, like games where you can just sort of like put whatever together. There's this thing my friend said that they wanted to do with like you can be in the back of a car or something and like hang out and something. Yeah, like Second Life or something like that. Yeah, it's funny that Second Life is a banned game to stream on Twitch because the sexual content has just essentially taken over. I think that's so funny. It's become too horny. It's become too horny for Twitch. It's sometimes funny reading the banned games list that Twitch has, because some of them it's like, yeah, of course, like some awful thing game. It's yeah, of course that's bad. But then it was Second Life. I was like, haven't you fallen a long way? I think Second Life streaming could be a really big thing. Personally, it's weird, kind of that, because the way I see it, streaming was something that was built by sex workers, right? Very much so, especially like cam workers and stuff like that. All of the tools that we have and the understanding of the way that we make it work are things that were developed by sex workers. So that the idea that they're sort of cut out of it is a bit weird. Twitch could just Twitch should make an 18+ version, like a separate website that's called like Switch. They should do that. They would make heaps of money instead of all the weird, like everyone's like, oh, Amarath is perverting our children, and like there is an 18+ setting on Twitch, which most streamers I know have it set anyway. Yeah, once again, the zeitgeist of the internet is advanced by the sex industry. There's a lot of things like that. Honestly, sex workers have given us so much, and all we do is take. Go tip your local sex worker. You don't even have to buy anything. Just give them money, please. They work so hard. Streaming is basically invented for pornography. Yeah, I think the first ever stream was to check on a microwave to see if some tea was cooked by some scientist or something. Oh no, that was the first webcam, I think. Although we had cameras since before them. Yeah, we should be empowering them instead of shaming them. Lots of very weird, you know, sex is not inherently a bad thing, right, everybody? But I feel like we're losing that all the time on the internet. Everything has to be 13+ because that's how advertisers work. Even though not every company is 13+. We should try and fight back some way, somehow. Anyway, speaking of fighting back, I'm talking to this scab leader. If you don't know, a scab is someone who is brought in to cover for strikes to try and undermine a strike, essentially, by taking the job that everyone was striking from. Pretty shitty thing to do. Why don't you talk to them?
Like civilized folk, you mean? These native fucks don't understand civilized.
Oh, okay, so he's a racist.
Odd, out-of-place colonial reference there, Mr. Scab Leader.
Yes.
It would be better for the neighborhood if you went home, at least for now, if you can't get in anyway.
No! They will give up eventually. Or get drunk. Leave the button unguarded. Then we charge.
I'm gonna leave now. Yeah, I didn't really learn anything. I want to check that bin though, because there might be a bag in it, and I need a bag. No. What's this? Oh, door.
A lorry stuck in the traffic jam. This big, heavy Grad-made machine is well kept for such an old machine.
Let's look at the window.
The windows are clear. They've been recently washed. You can see a lorryman's cabin with personal belongings, stickers, insignia.
You're gonna clean up and do after streaming things. Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, I need to remember to tell people, like, as streamers, it's very important that you don't stick around if you don't want to. Because I always raid someone and then sit down for like 2 hours, and then I'm like, oh, I forgot to eat. Please do take care of yourself. Thank you so much. You're up here for 20 minutes. Recap the whole game. Honestly, very little's happened. I've spoken to people. Mostly I've met them. I think after I talk to see what's going on here, I'm gonna go back into the bookstore because I've been looking. The bookstore lady believes in paranormal stuff, but I was just trying to see if I could get an angle on the body. But I needed a torch, so I went to get a torch. But then I was interested to talk to other people because I wanted to cut down the body first. But he can't stop being sick long enough to reproach it. What kind of stickers and insignias in here?
The driver has adorned his space with a substantial collection of peculiar paraphernalia. Proclamations about honor, strength, and purity are glued to various panels.
I remember him saying earlier that those were very important things to the working class people, but I'm not sure if that's just universally working class or if it was like a kind of dodgy thing, that the implication of possibly like a fascist thing. So I mean, honor, strength, and purity do sound like things that fascists would like, right? Completely impossible things that don't really exist. What's in the back seat?
The back end of the cabin is a small perch to sleep, large ashtrays. There are several suns and wheels sewn into the curtains.
Suns and wheels?
A book with ragged edges catches your notice. The front cover features a large, muscular man
Oh no.
The title reads, Man from Eamdal in the Lost City of the Pygmies.
If you don't know, a pygmy is a sort of racist stereotype for like short people that supposedly exist. Like the Oompa Loompas are kind of a version of that. I don't know why persistently there's just this interest with the idea that there's gonna be like short black people somewhere.
Racist nationalist.
Yeah, racist nationalist paranoia.
Not unusual in this part of town. This is our guy.
You think that lorry belongs to the tough guy?
Likely, yes. This guy's proud of who he is. Drapes it all over his machine.
Okay, so they're like Confederate flags or whatever, basically. So I was right. It is a fascist nationalist thing or whatever. Foreign car kept in good condition. One gameplay element the game does not make clear: time only passes when you do stuff. So if you chat, time passes, but running about does not pass time. Revisiting already explored dialogue does not pass time. Okay, excellent. Because I was a little worried about the time. Oh, there's all sorts of stuff I can explore here. Like, what's in the back of this? Money! Who are you? Old lady? Man?
A small,
Person?
wrinkled woman does not greet you. She nods along to something on her radio. A photograph is clutched in her hands, and there is a warm smile on her face. The photo, an ambrotype from the turn of the century, as golden as her smile. It's the warmth of a winter night's fire. Maybe she could give you comfort and shelter, some cigarettes and food money. Maybe she's your
grandma?
Nothing. Her smile just keeps widening. Her hair is grey like lead.
If we say, obviously certain things are considered day, night, times a day. Right, okay. Excuse me, ma'am, I'd like to ask some questions.
No response. Wherever this woman is, your words fail to reach her.
Snap your fingers in front of her face. A very rude thing to do, but...
Wait.
The lieutenant stops you before you can snap. Thank you, Kim.
She's just a distracted old woman. Better to leave her alone.
Why?
Why? I just told you why.
Okay, if you say so. I'm sorry, Kim. Every time I even slightly disappoint Kim. Ooh, what's this? A white tank top, which can be used to make me more physically powerful. That's interesting. What's this? Statue. Oh, it's the roundabout.
An old monument stands in the middle of the traffic island, pointing toward the sea. It looks as if it's been reassembled piece by piece, secured and mounted in the air with the aid of numerous ropes and rods.
Was it destroyed in the revolution?
A silver plaque on the statue's pedestal reads, I am Philip III, the Squanderer, the greatest of the Philippian kings of Revachol, son of Philip II, the opulent, father of Philip IV,
Philip
the insane.
That's weird how he reads that. He goes like, Philip, and then there's like a small pause. What did this king do?
Even by the standards of the Philippian kings, old sumptuous Philip was known for his profligacy.
Profligacy? I don't know what that means. Can I assume you've seen this one? No. Hang on. Let me just bring that on the screen. So this is Kuno, who is the other one that's with Kuno, and to be honest, this meme, the Paradise Punch Lemonade, they do sound very similar, don't they?
I've just started this calypso. It is fucking minging. Paradise Punch Lemonade. It is fucking minging. Suck your dad. It's minging. It's fucking minging.
So is the meme in the way that it would have been if it was in the game.
Where down the street is? You sent your little friend in just as a...
Hang on, I didn't mean to open that. Also, we found a text-to-speech thing for Kuno. Kuno was really mean to me, so I made him say this.
I'm sorry for my harsh words. I apologize. You are a good detective.
I probably should put like a full stop in there somewhere, but oh, that's very. He was so awful to me. He was so awful. I get it, but it's so awful. Yeah, what's profligacy?
Well, he blew through the whole national treasury, starting the decline of one of the penultimate century's greatest superpowers, the suzerain of Revachol.
Ah, okay, so that's why they want their own nation again, because it's, yeah.
His own maladministration foreshadowed the fall of the monarchy. During the anti-centennial revolution, an end to his family line and the monarchy on the Insulindian Isola.
Okay, so he's like King Louis or whatever. How did he manage to blow through the entire national treasury?
Stories have it that he had his bedroom converted into a treasure chamber, where he stored unfathomable wealth. Krugerrands, bars of gold, ornate weaponry, armor, and various chalices.
Now, did we learn that Krugerrands was like a fuckload or like a buttload of shit ton? That's what I meant to say. So this is really interesting. I recently learned that a buttload comes from meaning like a big barrel full of wine. In like the medieval times, in the etymology of it in English. But I think that might actually be where all the other terms come from that as well, because it sounds like butt, like rear end or whatever. So shit ton may also come from buttload. And even further than that, stuff like when people in AAVE say something is like something ass. I think that's a permutation that comes from buttload. I'm like, huh. Linguistic history is actually really interesting to me, anyway. So yeah, anytime something's like a shit, like the emphasis being shit or ass or ton or or butt or something like that, comes from that basically. That people are like, haha, that's the word butt, and then it transformed into all these different things, I guess, water butts and stuff. Yeah, just like a barrel, basically, a big barrel. But a barrel. I believe it's actually because Henry VIII used to drink mead from his favourite corner of court's anus. I mean, it probably would be. I remember reading stuff about how, like, if you get caught with the king, particularly in Henry VIII's kind of time, you'd get anything. The king can do what he wants, so that you very well could just come into the king having a big shit. But it'd be very fancy, you know. He'd have people around him, his chamberlain person. What the fuck were they called? I don't know. He has, there's like a royal ass washer who is basically the king's best friend, because he does all the stuff for. He's like a personal butler, really, but primarily his duties are to wipe the guy's ass. Oh, I hate Henry VIII so much. He's the absolute just worst example of monarchy. Fuckton will come from buck fuck. Oh, I don't know about fuck. I mean, I feel like fuck as such is used so much in English because we think that sex is shameful, so it's like, oh wow, that's such a shameful thing to say, you know. Some languages don't have swears, really. Which I think is interesting. But yeah, no, I think these very sort of Victorian ideas of like shame around sex and stuff like that. But yeah, let's continue with this.
He called it the Sol Auron. It was obscene. There were whispers he slept on a huge pile of gold-dipped feathers, like some obese dragon, instead of a bed, like a normal person.
A deplorable farce. No wonder everything went to shit.
But wait, you haven't even heard about his fabled cocaine addiction.
What now?
You see, old Philippe wasn't just good at squandering the national treasury on gold and ceremonial weaponry, he was also a prodigious snorter of nose candy.
So okay, so where's he buried now?
Beneath the cold waters of the Insulindian Bay, thrown there by the revolutionaries after they cleaned out the royal mausoleum.
Nice.
The original was blown apart by communards, then further damaged during the landing of the coalition's airships during the turn-of-the-century revolution, when Martinez was leveled.
It does sound very similar to sort of the things that they said about King Louis. And particularly Marie Antoinette took a lot of the heat because she's a woman. And also I think because she's not French, right? She's like from a different court, because they would always send people to different places. Chambermaid. I think I might be thinking of Chamberlain's Men, which is actually the people who originally hired Shakespeare, which is a different thing entirely. Just it's got the word chamber in it.
Most historians
like
think
chamber pot.
the coalition's hasty landing may have ultimately saved the statue. If the communards had more time, they would have reduced it up to even finer pieces.
It's very interesting to restore a broken statue like that, given that there's presumably no monarch. Yeah, who restored the monument?
Some years ago, a group of liberal, artistically inclined individuals, designers mostly, thought it would be ironic to restore the statue of the most wasteful ruler of Revachol in the poorest part of the city.
Viennese, that's right. Big Habsburger. Yeah, absolutely.
The statue is supposed to capture the moment it was blown apart, like an instant frozen in time, a rare butterfly trapped in amber, floating on a sea of shit.
It's brilliant. It's so funny and nihilistic.
People in Martinez tend to disagree, as do many prominent art critics and thought leaders, with more nuanced social awareness than the young ironists.
I don't know. I mean, I don't agree with statues of really anybody, even good people. I think they're so prone to be misused. Up to a certain point, I don't know. So like, but it's quite a cool art thing. It seems kind of cool to me. It's obviously blown up and then it's been all put back together. I've got a Copa type yet. Don't even know what that is. Burning a statue of a single individual strikes you about it. Yeah, it's good because they're not a person anymore. You've just enshrined them in metal and you said that's them. You know, you can't really criticize the statue except for by taking it down, and people go, "Oh, you're destroying history." It's like, you didn't know the history of this person because of this statue.
Those critics might have it wrong, though. There's more to it than just ironism, but you can't say what precisely. Perhaps this art mystery will be solved at a later time.
And also, it's worth mentioning there are virtually no statues of women that do not have them naked. Even women who were famous for not being naked. Statues are a very patriarchal thing. And there is this very interesting theory that any architecture that is even slightly phallic in nature is also patriarchal, which I think is interesting. Definitely worth thinking about. Can be assigned a Copa type depending on your actions dialogue. Copper the Apocalypse on your first playthrough. Can't decide on what. If you ever get famous if you want a statue of also a water feature in the hall, can't decide what mail to go for. Very, very medieval. I hope we get into a sort of like. Well, I don't hope we get a neo-medieval thing. I think we want the opposite of that. But the idea of just doing like goofy stuff like that's funny, that doesn't really hurt anyone. It would be nice to see some of that again.
Philip
It's a bit like that in France.
The Squanderer, however, with his bronze face up in the air, doesn't seem concerned about what the hoi polloi think of him in death. Not that he ever did in life either.
Right. Ooh.
Lonesome, long way home.
Oh, I figured out my house, I think.
Here we go. Home awaits. Walk past Station 41 and through the market, past the Boogie Street spearhead to the other side of the lake, the frozen eye at the center of the district. Then past the video rental store on the corner. There, at the end of a street lined with pine trees, a small house no larger than a matchbox. 11 Voyager Road. You no longer live there. Those times are gone. And so are those people. Why did you come here? Why are you still here? And where's the dealer? You have to get back to work. That's all you have now.
Bonuses. Learning cap for perception raised to 5. Speed gives 1 physical. Nice. I guess I should internalize a different thought then, huh? Oh, I've got all sorts of stuff. What's volumetric shake compressor? Okay, I need to get some composure. What's gullible moil? Wow, these pictures it's really something, huh? Oh, whatever happened to the disco guy? Minus logic. Inexplicable feminist. +2 authority against men. Something stares at you. Something interdisciplinary. Is it a newly formed reaction to the tyrannical gender roles around you? Or something that you've always had? One thing is sure, you're not a mild feminist. Oh no. These are incendiary thoughts aimed at undermining the very pillars of society. Can you fashion them into a weapon, perhaps? A first strike weapon to decapitate the XY chromosome? Less of the chromosome speak, please. That's not the determinant of gender. I don't think that they meant that in the shitty turf way. I think that's probably just a they don't know about that. But fuck me if I've been reading a lot of that nonsense. The worst one, and they think they're so clever, is XY, you're a guy, which is like, no, because even within the scope of what we call male, there's multiple fucking. Anyway. If you're reading this right and see the games you played on this channel, you're calling for a crusade. No, Taki, please no. Don't even joke about that. I hate Crusader fascists so much. I think that the medieval times are so funny because they were so bad, and everyone's always like behaving so righteously, even as they're like shitting on each other and literally and just doing the most foolish stuff imaginable and having some of the weirdest like cultural ideas and things like that. It's very interesting time. But it's also stinking, right? And that's how it should be learned. The idea that it's like noble or something. A bunch of mostly white people desperately clawing to bring back the Roman Empire, something that's been gone for centuries at this point, and doing anything they can to bring it back, and chopping each other's limbs off, and just everywhere else in the world is doing so well, and they're just like, no, come on, and coming up with all these awful ideas like racism and colonialism and you know, more firmly establishing like sexism and just like murdering each other. It's so, the idea that anyone could try and model their life based on it is utterly laughable, and we should laugh at it, and we should have a really good time laughing at it. Don't even as a joke, I don't want to be considered a fucking crusader. Get out. No, I'm kidding. But yeah, no. Sorry, there's some more chat I want to catch up on. You want the asshole renaissance? Absolutely. When it's finished internalizing the stat bonus negatives, they're different. Right. All the thought cabinet pictures are part of one very large picture. Oh, interesting. It's a type of feminist thought. It's the type of feminist the thought is leading towards. Rad Fem Dick Mullen. I mean, the fact that it does say XY chromosome hegemony, does it make him a TERF? I don't want to make him a TERF. I just want to... Now I'm worried. Too late, you've already donned your suit armor and put my Twitch URL on a banner. I mean, we did do that during the medieval Rust wipe, which started so well, and then everyone got bored because it was just Rust with less things to do with it, which, you know, fair enough. Savory or sweet pie type. Who was talking about sweet and savory pies the other day? Because I mean, like a cherry pie seems very good, right? Or like a meringue pie. What kind of savory pies do I like? I guess I must be a sweet pie person because I can't really I can't really think of a savory pie that I'd be really into. Per savory pie. Oh, I might go for a veggie pie actually. Fruit pies with a short crust, a bit stodgy. You just need someone to make you a good pie, I think. I'd probably need someone to make me a good pie. Volumetric shit compressor. Shit is apart and it's rather unbecoming of a cop and a human being. Supposed to be the opposite of that. Together, compressed in a small area. To achieve a solid level of shit compression, squeeze your butt cheeks together for 30 minutes. Do something similar with the two hemispheres of your brain. Talk to people, maybe that will help. What's this one? Oh, click on it for some reason. Oh, they're all like... They're all blocked? Yeah, okay. I mean, I want a feminist agenda, but not if it turns them into a TEV. I'm scared. I actually want to look up. Does it make him a TEV? I just inexplicable feminist agenda. What happens if I search this? I'm gonna search this and try not to read any spoilers if I can. Revolutionary feminist agenda. Isn't see? I don't know. I don't want to make. I really don't want to make him a TIV. I'm gonna avoid it just because I'm scared. I definitely want to figure out this whole disco thing because it seems like it's very central to how he thinks about himself. Even I don't know. They could all be dangerous, couldn't they? Right. Let's get out of this menu. You can unlearn any four. Okay, well that's good. Maybe I'll take that as the third one then. Tourtré is a nice French Canadian meat pie. Is quiche a pie? If quiche is a pie, I'm very in the savory thing, the savory world, because I love quiches and flans. I think they're just so tasty. Depends who makes them. There are some bad quiches. Cost stats to do so. Okay. Bold slogan: Humanox. Humanox. Right, let's go try and get an angle on this body by entering the bookstore. With noting these are just starting points, the conclusions. Right, okay. Right, okay, I see what you're saying. Great tectonic forces crack the pavement like an eggshell. Oh yeah, I did notice that. Wonder what that's about. I need to keep my eyes out for things to interact with. Roundabout North. Deepside Apartments, Martinet Pier. Adri's broken window? Tibbs has windows. Got a bag. Damn it. I need a bag. I feel like I found a bag when I played this for like a couple of minutes. Ooh. Oh, hang on, let me see these. Oh wait, they cost money, won't they?
This coin-operated viewer is facing southwest. Its coin slot is full of fossilized bubblegum, rendering the machine permanently inaccessible.
Look inside.
A thick layer of graffito covers the lenses. You spell out the word Onug, written on the other side, with N and C scribbled backwards.
Kuno.
That's Kuno on the lens.
Shift your focus to the background.
Under the graffito, a sea of blues and greys appear. Behind the water lies a coast studded with concrete and reeds.
Kuno.
On it, A church on stilts, lanky weather-worn wooden planks, an X-shaped cross topping its tower.
Christians?
You know this to be the star of Pericarnassus, or the Cairo, the central symbol of the Pericarnassian church, a star, a great moral height to be strived towards. The church looks old and weather-worn. There are no lights in the windows. Around the large wooden building you see chunks of sea ice gathered on the beach, and a small tent set up on the ice.
Poor little viewer.
The metal feels cold and wet under your palm.
Oh.
It looks unhygienic.
Never mind then. What about that other one? Does this one work?
This coin-operated viewer is facing south. The instruction manual says to insert 25 centimes and pull the handle while looking inside. Then use the focus knob to zoom in if necessary. Why place a tourist attraction in the middle of such poverty?
What's a tourist attraction doing here?
There was a revitalization project in
Oh yeah.
A design studio tried restoring Martinez to its pre-war glory. It didn't stick.
What happened?
They got as far as the street lamps and the statue on that intersection. Then something went sour. I suspect that something was Evard Claire, the union leader. He muscled them out. It's how it usually goes around here.
Can't we do something about it?
We should have done something about the union 10 years ago. That ship has sailed, officer.
Okay. I mean, I have a bit more money than I thought I did, so let's splurge. Let's have a little look.
Your money disappears into the coin slot. A clunk. The ring of metal.
Let's have a look inside.
The curtains on the display open. You lean in to catch the view. It's blurry. Different blues and greens. In the middle of the shimmer stands a drab grey shape, like a ghost.
Turn the knob to focus your vision.
The lenses shift. The ghost sharpens into an islet in the bay. In the ruins, a man-made structure is visible. A half-sunken sea fort. Its concrete almost reconquered by nature.
Nice. You're back licking, but you're here. Oh, thank you. That's a cute. Oh, that's so cute. Although I will say it kind of looks like from this distance, like you've got a big, it's got a big lower mouth, like. But it is very. When I click on it and I look at it, it's very cute. I don't mean to criticize a very cute emote. You have some great emotes. I almost called them emojis. But thank you for the look. Appreciate it. We also have an exclamation mark look command. All it does is just say that you're lurking. It's essentially the same as saying that you're lurking. But I feel like it's like, see, I've done something useful as a streamer for my audience. Subtitles turned. Oh no. I mean, I've tried my best to make the subtitles be as I picked the one that's the most accurate, but they're very much not accurate at all, unfortunately. If anyone knows a way to get better subtitles, I would appreciate that, because access is very important to me, as it should be for everyone.
It looks as if it was abandoned quite some time ago. Nothing but a rotten tooth remains of the anti-aircraft tower. A lonely birch tree grows out of it.
Okay, so they've had at least the equivalent of the First World War in terms of technology.
Its leaves ripped from it by the winter wind.
They are accurate. You're just grateful you can like read. I'm glad. I'm sure. I mean, I can hang on. If I look at them now, like for some reason it said weak and then freaking, which I definitely didn't say either of those words. Oh, but now it's accurate. Fever live. So 80-90% accurate, I guess. Very, very strange. I wonder what that comes up with. Bass strings. Okay. Okay. Oops. Sorry, I accidentally. Can't see that. Some ruins of some kind of building there.
Really? I don't have the eyesight to make it out.
Tenant takes off his glasses and cleans them. Hang on in there, little one.
The little brave birch tree seems to wave back in the wind.
Right. Now it seems like I could go much further afield, but I don't want to do that just yet, because we've got some actual detective work to do to figure out what's going on in this building. Don't apologize. No, I do because I want to do better. Yeah, even though it's kind of outside my control, I guess. Right. In we go. Oh, I didn't know I could pick. What is that? Shot put ball. Alright. Wait, can I do some weights? Let's not do weights. Actually, can I save before I do anything that might strain and kill him?
A barbell lies on the floor. The color has worn off its weight plates. It's 60 kilograms. Your triceps hum at the sight of these weights. Show the world what kind of beast it's dealing with. Lift them.
Nice.
There are no collars on the barbell. This is a
safety hazard. I like that the visual calculus steps in and goes, ah.
Why does it feel so familiar?
Why does it feel so familiar? Is it familiar because I'm a weightlifter?
No, it's not that. It's the stale smell of rubber, the squeaky sound of sneakers, your bruised knee against the mat, and a whistle. Then the feeling is gone.
It's the trauma of PE.
It's just a memory.
Look, Kim, it's a trap. There are no collars on the barbell.
You're right. The weight may fall off. Better not touch it then.
An ambassador would remove the collars. This should be a felony.
It would be a violation of EPIS safety regulations if the gym was still operating, but it isn't. No one's supposed to come here anymore.
Right, hang on. I'm gonna save one more time, and then I'm gonna try and pick them up.
The barbell waits patiently on the floor, like a dog for its master.
Here we go. Damaged help. He's gonna die.
You manage to hoist it off the ground, but the barbell feels wobbly and dangerous. Your hands slick with sweat. Turns out you're no beast, just an...
Oh, yep, there I go.
You feel something in your chest, an unnatural pressure. It's spreading to your left arm, your jaw.
Help, someone.
Yeah. Screaming isn't happening on account of extreme shortness of breath. You're just making it worse. Oh God, it's painful.
Let it all go.
There's no shame in surrendering now. We all do. It gets so dark. You don't even see her face. Like you always thought you would.
We come into this room and I'm like...
You see pain and fear.
Both me and Kim are just looking at this set of this barbell and I'm like... Oh, that seems dangerous. And he's like, yes, it would be a violation of the law if this was still a gym. Yeah, who the fuck would take the safety off this? That's so bad. Yeah, it's really dangerous. Hey, Kim, watch this. And then dies. Must leave. Good luck with the sleeping. Thank you so much. Appreciate you coming around. Yeah, just literally dies.
Cop
of a heart
suffers
attack.
Final heart attack. A detective.
Yeah, okay. Load the game. What if I just kept trying?
Barbell waits patiently on the floor.
I could load it. I could. Hang on. I'm gonna try this 2 more times. Because I'm just curious if I could roll high enough. No. Okay. Yep. Yep. Okay. I just want to try it one more time. Just to see.
The barbell.
Just to see if I could roll a 12.
Floor, like a dog
Don't think that's
for
a
its
12.
master.
Okay. Yep. The sound of him dying again. Okay. Well, we'll leave that be. I just wanted to try my chances a little bit. I didn't want to save scum it to get a success. I was just very curious if Ooh, Kim wants to say something. Oh, it'll be...
It's dark.
Yes.
And the flashlight works a lot better if you hold it in your hand.
Oh god, Kim, no need to rub it in. I can hold the flashlight. Where is it? There we go. Oh, look at this. Well, that's fun, isn't it? Hey Kim, do you like this flashlight?
Yes?
Right. There's a lot of stuff back here. What can we see? Back here with me. Aha! There we've got large demijohn full of strange liquid. Wild animals stare at you in the dark, stuffed and mounted. Nice, atmospheric. Airship rotors covered in spider webs. They remind you of blades. Airship rotors? Did an airship crash into this building? Ooh, creepy. Naked mannequin torso. Strange yellow color. Ooh, hang on. Money! Lots of money! Potentially enough to buy a book. What the fuck is this?
Your flashlight slides over an old green chalkboard covered in scribbles, sketches, and schemes like some ancient cave mural.
What?
Some of the writing has faded with age, but you can still make out sections here and there. Photos and drawings have been pinned to the board.
Let's look at these drawings.
These lithe, pointy-eared creatures appear to be different types of welkins. You make out autumnal candle welkins casting wax-based magic.
So we've got more of this nonsense, I guess.
Translucent welkins with organs shining under their skin, and even ether welkins hailing from the vast emptiness of sidereal space. Who are all those creatures? Fantasies of a tortured, feverish mind? You should adopt one of those welkins as your persona. No longer a mere man, but a welkin.
I mean, a welkin sounds like a sort of goblin elf thing. Eat the pancakes. Was it one you made at home, or was it one that you bought? Oh, I could do some pancakes. I mean, I'm hungry. I've got one burger from yesterday. I guess I got cereal. I didn't get money I was supposed to get. I was supposed to show up today. I don't know what's taking it so long. I'll have to answer that later. Sorry, I'm just checking my bank in the middle. Your mom made some. Nice. Were they like American pancakes or like West European pancakes, as in like crepe sort of things? Still no money. I have 18 pence. That's great. You don't know. Were they like really flat, like you could roll them, or were they like sort of chunky, almost like a cake?
One of the welkins, towering among the rest, appears to be different, however.
Examine the welkin. This is important.
It's Vara Hamira, a high welkin, his face white and scarred like cracked marble. This is clearly a welkin supremacist. The note says, all non-welkin races will be purged.
Weird. Thicker than thin but flat. Okay.
The Haldor, the Twarg, the humans, and even headless men, all of them, purged. Imagine a world filled only with welkin, green welkin, dread welkin, and the high welkin to rule them all.
I don't think I can say I've ever seen, other than like orcs, which were sort of almost, they kept changing but often represented an evil race, which is a very dodgy concept, let's be honest. The idea of an evil language or an evil race is not good. I do like how much orcs can just be like kind of fun these days, and goblins as well. I love orcs. I like the idea of like sort of, you know, kind of like an industrious people, and not in the sense of like capitalist industry, but more like let's get some fucking furnaces on the go, you know, let's cut some wood, let's build some houses. Yeah, that sort of stuff. It's fun. And also just them as a sort of fantasy sort of, oh, I'm an orc. Like, that stuff's very funny as well. Good morale boost. Sucks that the mind can be like this. What, pancakes or orcs?
An inordinate amount of time has gone into drawing these little welkin creatures.
Whisper, one of them is a Welkin supremacist.
Mm-hmm. Political commentary.
Huh.
That one has a great beard too.
Why would anyone spend so much time on this?
Some people really like building a world, I think. Even if it's just for a game.
Okay, so they're like D&D players. What are these creatures? Who drew them? Are they real? I have so many questions.
This looks like concept art for a project. It's not really real.
Well, this has been educational. Let's move on from the Welkins. You're off. Enjoy the rest of the stream. Thank you so much again for the raid, Cheddar Stink. Lovely to have you. Have a lovely day. And I will do my best to have a good stream. I'm enjoying myself. Thank you very much.
Just look at those details. So much effort.
And for what? All gone.
Inspect the photos.
The photo collage depicts barren, icy landscapes wrapped in perpetual night. You see permafrost and glacial landforms, dead trees grown in under the snow.
That's what I felt like in December. When it was fucking -4 in my house. That was so cold I had to turn on my little heater.
Entire oceans have been frozen from shore to shore. There are pictures of settlements on dried up riverbeds, abandoned in a storm. Animal corpses in the dark, carcasses and bones.
Interesting. Very apocalyptic.
You see primitive oil rigs built into glaciers, boreal dvorg, yurts under the snow, great mammoth-like beasts of burden.
So, dwarg are probably dwarves, right? But the goblin things, it's weird because they're like, that's quite a proud looking goblin thing, right? Which goblins are very rarely depicted that way. They're always depicted as like little sort of underling things, which is fun. But I think, you know, any species of anything is going to have different people, right? It's going to have your big people, your small people. Yeah, a heated blanket. That would be nice. I guess I never got one of those because I remember someone saying that one caused a fire, but to be honest, this heater is way more likely to cause a fire than a heated blanket. I guess I do have a little bit of a paranoia with certain electric things because of how often as a child I got accidentally electrocuted, but yeah, I probably should get one. I think it's be cheaper heating, less power.
A pinned postcard reads, "The heat death scenario. A desperate fight for geothermal energy engulfs the world as Wirral becomes untethered from its sun, drifting through the universe."
Part of me is like, is this the game that they wanted to make and they were like, no, we'll do this one instead. So a planet becoming a rogue planet. That's very interesting idea for like a... Although it shouldn't be D&D anymore, because Hasbro is really fucked up D&D, and there's something about they're trying to make people pay for things that they create with D&D, which is kind of the only thing keeping D&D afloat compared to Pathfinder. I think is the main rival. So I just automatically say Pathfinder all the time now. Whenever anyone says I'm going to do a D&D that's about this, and everyone's like, you should do Pathfinder, it will work better for your thing. I think just sort of like brand loyalty. That's a kitten. Oops. Hang on, you can't see that. One sec. Look at it. Oh.
This is Lola all wrapped up in a heated blanket. Kitty in a blanket. I don't know. I'm taking a video.
I know so much. You want strokes? You just very happy?
She's so comfy. She hasn't budged.
Aw. Cats absolutely love like things that are close to them that encase them in like warmth. Whoa. Sorry. Autoplay was on there. Yeah, I love cats so much. I adore them. I like dogs. I'm not like an anti-dog person. I've never met a cat I didn't get on with, and I've never met a dog where I met the person who owns the dog that I didn't get on with. As it stands, Pathfinder and Edge are games that started with D&D rule set, so I might have to make a lot of changes. Aw. More likely, Wizards of the Coast Hasbro gonna have to back down. Yeah, I mean the amount of people, even Critical Role, which isn't allowed to criticize it, has found a way to say, hey, we don't think this should be going on either, Matt Mercer or whatever. So like, it's basically the only thing that D&D people are talking about right now. Cat vids save your everyday. It did it off the backlash. Yeah, makes sense. Inspect the schedule.
This is a monthly calendar from the year 50. Cryptic words like sprint, daily minimi, and GPI span the marker-drawn grid, the grand scheme of production and money.
Oh, so they're maybe making like a comic or something, or a film. Good Cricket Roll was cool, but only because it's full of voice actors. Well, I mean, it was started. What was it? It was that lady from the guild who's like racist, and they distanced themselves from her that started it as to be like a business thing. But anyone that's doing acting with their voice is a voice actor, in my opinion. I know you mean professional voice actor. I listened to Rude Tales of Magic, which I think is a very good, I think you call actual play podcast that's with voice actors, but I think they're all great. If anyone is interested in cute animal vids, you volunteer at a tiny shelter. Can you post the Insta link? Absolutely you can. That's very exciting.
Minimi stands for a mini meeting. It's part of a bigger framework for managing work called RUN. Station 41 tried to implement it a few years ago, but failed.
That's interesting. What happened?
As time goes on, the numbers in the boxes grow rarer and rarer. The board becomes an empty snowfield in the final days. Only failure and regret dwell in this region.
Looks like they didn't make it.
A note in the bottom left corner of the chalkboard says, see the prod schedule filament for details.
This also kind of reminds me of Frostpunk a little bit. There have been so many truly open source alternatives to D&D that are objectively better, but nothing has the same name. Yeah. I mean, maybe we need to start calling them what they are, like tabletop games or whatever. I don't know what the actual term would be. Magic the Gathering fans have seen this whole... Yeah, that's another thing I saw, that everyone was like, oh, it's your first time getting Hasbro running your stuff, TTRPG. We need something even quicker than that. Donation funded volunteer run trying to overhaul the website and Instagram. Well, that sounds like a noble task in of itself. Let's have a little look at this. We got a goat. Longfoot pucks. I mean, we're sort of doxing a little bit, I guess, but it's fine, I think. Oh, look at that rabbit! Oh, yeah, the Instagram. Chickens, goats, some lovely pigeons. Very healthy looking ducks. Very healthy looking goats. Oh, oh, the chicken's all dusty. Is that a very old chicken? Yeah, look how happy these goats look. Look at these rabbits. Well, it seems like whatever's going on here is a good job, because, like I say, those animals look very healthy. Not that I know, not that I'm like a huge like farmhead or whatever. There's silky chickens. Ah. Goats called Gandalf and Frodo, or is that Gandalf, or is it called Gandalf? Both of those are good names. I wish it realized precisely what he means to. Think of them as if a kid drew a chicken and it came alive. A Gandalf, okay. Yeah, absolutely. I don't know what it is about goats, because I don't have this feeling with goat cheese. but there's the smell of goats. There's something kind of intriguing about it. I don't know. I like the smell of goats. I don't understand it. And like I say, I don't like goat's cheese or anything, which just tastes like that smell. Yeah, I don't know. Just always like the smell of goats. What's in the notes?
The handwriting is only partly legible, but you can still make out 3 slogans: Call in, Tune Out, Wirral Untethered, and Heat Death of the Universe.
Interesting. Like goat milk, cheese, and soap. Oh, I should probably shout out. There is that the right one? There's a goat streamer. So it's someone who, I can't remember where they're in. It wasn't Carolina, was it? I always think everyone's in South Carolina, but it wasn't there. Yeah, no, they look after a bunch of extremely happy goats, and they're good at doing that. And they sell goat related products, and they made this like bike and everything. They're a really quite talented streamer. I'm very impressed. Worth checking out. Get to see how the goats get looked after and stuff, and they do other stuff, like they were growing tomatoes at one point. I'm quite interested in the idea of like farming streaming. I think anything that's like an industry or something like that that's done by like a small business, I think would do well with streaming stuff. You know what I mean? Just to get people interested, if nothing else. I certainly learned a lot. Blue velvet, soft to the touch. I hate velvet. Scribble across a notebook. Developers of the most advanced RPG in the universe. Yep. What's this? I want to set up some webcams. Internet connection's too bad.
This appears to be some kind of machine with a cube-shaped heart and a wired framework. The keyboard has a rectangular on-off button. A piece of paper still hangs from the printer.
I mean, is it like the internet's bad for the location, or is it like a thing you could get like Ethernet cables set up for or something? I don't know. Have you tried cable? Like that seems so obvious. I'm sure there's something or like Wi-Fi boosters. I didn't think that was a real thing, but apparently they do work. Some kind of machine with a cube-shaped heart and a wired framework. The keyboard has a rectangular off on.
A radio computer. Just sitting here without anyone inside.
I'm surprised and a bit cautious. Do you think I should turn it on?
We have one of these down at the station, but I never really learned how to use it.
Recommended Ethernet cables for everyone that plays online games. Yes.
The machine lights up like some prehistoric animal stirring from its slumber, revealing fluorescent play and print keys on the keyboard. The hatch on the machine's central compartment is wide open.
Look inside the compartment.
It's empty, like a beehive without its brood. Some cables have been left dangling, disconnected.
I feel a little gatekeepy saying that's pretty important. I don't think it's gatekeepy, it's just a piece of advice, right? I have such a low ping for things like Chivalry. I used to have like 100 ping and everything, and now I have like 20, or sometimes even less than that, where I'm like, is the server in my house? How do I have such low ping? It does make all the difference there. Some people don't realize would help with their speeds. Yeah, and they're not that expensive because they're just made of like fiber optic or whatever.
This is where the memory should go.
Let's press play.
Nothing happens.
Press print.
Nothing happens.
Press play again.
Nothing happens.
Okay. We switch it off.
Tiles on the cube are still smoldering, casting the framework in a soft glow. Fluorescent play and print keys shine on the keyboard.
Yeah. You did say that's where the memory should go, so maybe I need to put something in for that.
This old fireplace is covered in lines drawn in blue and red marker, the mesh spreading over the stone like blood vessels on alabaster skin. It looks ghostly and strangely ancient. The whole thing resembles Kadran mosaic tiles. Very pedantic.
How do I know what Kadran mosaic tiles are supposed to look like?
History classes, students with their textbooks open, studying the roots of our civilization.
Oh, like Romans.
Those aquarelle blue tiles looked beautiful in the sun.
What am I looking at?
Radio frequencies, it seems. UKV 123.6, UKV 123.7, UKV 123.9. Some written notes, too. Sparse and cryptic.
Radio frequencies for what?
Unclear. It looks like a cardiovascular system split into veins and capillaries. Very advanced.
Of course, the anatomy of the curse. Do you something medical here? I think it's funny that they're like, oh, there's a curse, and it's like they were just doing D&D up there or whatever.
You think so? The web is comprised of radio stations, all lead back to one red heart, titled The Game Master Frequency. A note says, this one can listen in on any station it wants.
Are they playing the RPG with a radio? Who's the game master?
Someone very important. The leader of a massive on-air game built by these people.
Yeah.
A conductor for the hundreds of story threads that pass through the Game Master's frequency.
If it's a game, then who's playing?
Whoever decides to call in to a call-in station, it looks like.
Okay.
All of this is gone, left unrealized. There's no way a little basement studio working here could pull anything like this off.
That's funny, because I'm just thinking, like, how did he put this game together? Is this about the old game or something? Is it okay to share some of vids in the Pets Corner of Discord? Do I have a Pets Corner? You're quite happy. Yeah, put them in, hang on, let me check the Discord. Let me just add a pets channel. Pets and animals. There we go. Yeah, it's below games complete. Actually, I'm gonna put games completed below it. Yeah. I may merge some channels or something. I don't know how I would do that, but yeah, feel free to post those in there in the Discord. No, it's nice to have a little distraction to know that there's cute goats and stuff we can look at. I'm excited about it. Looking and downloading more Sims content that you don't need. It's all fun though.
My God, it's as if the less money they had, the more ambitious their project became.
Is this about this? Is this about this game?
The schedule. I know doom when I see it. The company was running out of funding.
What else?
Nothing. It's just lines on marble. An echo from times long gone. No one has used the fireplace in ages.
Just adopt a new dog. It's just the tamest, friendliest thing ever. So cute. Aww. That's very cute. Now what's this over here? Oh, I have a thought. Is this Emily's atelier? Oh, it's in the store. That would make sense for all the clothing things. Ooh, money. What do you want to say, Kim?
Okay. What do you think is going on with that computer, chalkboard, and fireplace?
It's a failed business. The only question is, what the hell are they making?
Yes, that is the question.
The lieutenant takes a step back, steepling his hands.
It looks like one of those popular pen and paper role-playing games. Only these people were trying to automate it, make it work on radio computers.
They were trying to make an RPG game.
Utter madness, he thinks, as a compliment.
Has anyone ever done this before?
Not to my knowledge. They make automated games in Graz, Messina, Königstein. You know, places with industry.
Not in Revachol West, among the ruins.
But I don't think anyone has attempted to create an inter-isolary game before. We just don't have the technology.
How are they planning on doing that?
Through call-in stations. None of the players have to be physically present. Anyone in the world can participate in the game, as long as they have a two-way radio. Then there's the Game Master frequency that listens in on the smaller call-in stations. I think that was supposed to coordinate the stories, functioning as a master of ceremonies of sorts.
This was a role-playing game.
Indeed. Those Welkins are a dead giveaway. Role-playing people love that stuff. The world looks like a modified version of the WeWorld board game, with hit death thrown in.
He says, he's like, that's a dead giveaway. I'm like, dude, come on, let's be honest, Kim. You've played some RPGs, right?
Super cool. Someone should give them millions of real immediately. This game is too good to be left.
This is definitely about the developers, right? What thing happened to the company?
No idea. They stopped filling out the schedule on the chalkboard.
Wow.
Indeed, it's ambitious and untethered from reality, but...
Do we have any money? Let's give them more money so they can finish it and make it even bigger.
It's too late for that, I'm afraid. Okay, let's keep moving.
Because it makes me, I'm sure that's got nothing to do with the case whatsoever. They just wanted to say that we should fund all video game ideas, which, you know, they're devs of a video game, so of course. Skiffs with slipstream printed on a laminated top. Yeah, what is a skiff? Steel rotor blades bearing a slipstream logo. Money? Production schedule filament. Ah! We need that to put in the computer.
Tiles on the cube are still
Insert the production
Cast
schedule.
like a smooth draw, the filament slides into place. On the keyboard, the play key starts blinking.
Let's press play.
A bar of fabric right above the keyboard starts producing a soft hum. The sound of static seeps through the machine's planar magnetic driver. Have you stirred the ghost of the doomed commercial area from its rest? Could this be its dismembered heart beginning to flutter? The static gets louder, slowly filling up the abandoned hall, until a voice speaks out, crackling and old, cutting into the air.
Good afternoon. Fortress accident en rue de Saint-Ghislaine. This is East Insulindian Repeat Station 1. Please repeat. Is this the production schedule?
Why did you call me Fortress Accident?
Fortress Accident is the company on whose name the terminal you are currently using has been registered to.
Do you have any other information about this company?
One moment.
You hear her flip through a catalogue before she reads out with studious care.
Fortress Accident SCA produces revolutionary interactive call-in radio games. That's what the catalogue says.
That's not bad.
And what's this interactive call-in radio game?
Any other questions?
What's the production schedule?
The filament you have inserted into the reader.
I mean the glowing thing I put inside.
Yes. Is that the production schedule?
Yes.
Good. Please repeat the password.
Password? Of course it would have a password. That's why there's a human administrator involved.
I don't know the password.
Received. I will register this login attempt.
Don't worry. Passwords have a way of turning up sooner or later.
Fortress Accident. Is there anything else I can do for you today?
That's all for now.
Thank you, and goodbye.
Tiles on the cube are still smouldering, casting the framework in a soft glow. Fluorescent play and print keys shine on the keyboard.
I don't know why, but I feel like I should take the production
The
schedule
filament
with me.
slides out of its glowing nest.
I have a weird feeling like maybe I'll have an option to use it again somewhere. Is there anything else? There must be, because it feels like there's multiple.
Looks like someone tried to reconceptualize their business here.
I don't get it.
Look, the skis and rotor blades both bear the same slipstream logo. It seems likely that they started out making one, failed to turn a profit, and then pivoted to producing the other.
Question is, what did they start with and what did they pivot to?
That's a good question.
A strange leap of imagination, and yet they still failed. How sad.
Reality is ruthless.
So I've not really learned anything in here that felt relevant to the case. I mean, I guess it's a mystery in of itself. Is there more back here? Doesn't look like it. Oh, hello, some stairs. That's the kind of thing I wanted to see. Now what's this?
An iron safety curtain curves before your eyes, folded like a bellows. It covers half the room, blocking the way into a colossal industrial chimney. This must be where the entity lives.
Let's knock on it.
What an odd thing to do. Nothing happens.
Knocking it harder?
Still nothing. No one's home.
Knock even harder. No! Oh no! No, 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 no! I can't die. Heal yourself now. I don't. There's nothing I could do. Quick, give me some health. There we go. I mean, I was supposed to... No, it's too late. He's dead.
You feel something in your chest. An unnatural
hit a door too hard and had a heart
left
attack.
arm. No, it's many years. All you feel is pain. Cop suffers final heart attack.
Yep. I didn't save. I saved 6 minutes ago. I should have. Okay. Any physical, anything that he does ever. Oh, I got an achievement for that. Phase shift for 3 seconds. Don't even know what that means. Yeah, take the cube. Take all this stuff.
Looks like someone tried to look. The skis and rotor blades both. That's a good question. Reality is.
Yep. Oh yeah, actually level up the endurance so that he doesn't die. I forget to do something. No, that's good. Let's check everything here. Oh, what? I didn't remember seeing that. Wait, go back. Go back. I want to go back. How did I get here? I accidentally opened another door that I didn't even think that existed. Right, go back up the stairs. Wow, there's way more places here than I even thought. So it's not just a bonus room, it's like a whole thing. Right, let me do the computer stuff again.
Tiles on the cube are like a smooth draw. The bar of fat. Have you stirred the ghost? The static.
Good afternoon. Please repeat. Is this the production ship? Yes, I am alive. I am 74 years old and my name is Yvonne.
She repeats passwords. Programming people are all paranoid.
Yeah.
I work as a repeater at the East Insulindian repeater station. It's my job to know where you are, Fortress Accident. As for me, well, I am sitting in my cubicle, surrounded by a wall of radios.
Doesn't it get lonely? Sitting there.
Oh, there's all sorts of options I didn't find before.
Lonely? Why would it get lonely? I get to talk to people all day.
That's why she does this.
Now please tell me the reason for your call, Fortress Accident. Fortress Accident. One more Fortress Accident.
That's not bad.
Any other questions? The filament you have inserted? Yes. Is that the production schedule? Good.
Password. Of course it would have a password. That's
please,
why
please
there's
open
a
the
human.
thing.
I am contractually obliged to protect the privacy of the filament holder, Fortress Accident. Without filing a warrant with Lintel, I cannot give you access to this filament.
I'm afraid we are
Good.
not doing that, unless we want to wait for a month.
Now, can you please repeat the password?
I don't know the password.
Received. I will register this login attempt.
Don't worry.
Fortress Accident. Is there anything else? I thank you and goodbye.
Tiles on the cube are.
I kind of like her. She seems nice. Right. So yeah, I accidentally discovered a second place. Let me save it so that it saved all that. I'm gonna have to do it again. So what's this room? I guess this is... No idea. Big bear? Oh, it's a fridge, kind
You
of.
see a terrifying ice bear with a strange compartment in its belly. The door is covered in frost, and the bear's eyes are glowing red. The bear looks oddly realistic. Is it taxidermy?
What is this thing? Looks like a giant ice bear.
The lieutenant doesn't answer. His eyes are glued to the animal. A sharp slice of light shines out from its mysterious belly door.
Belly door. Well, let's open it.
A gust of freezing cold air rushes to greet you. You hear a low grumble as the bear regulates itself. This is the inside of a refrigerator. The lieutenant takes a peek inside. His hand has found the holster of his gun.
Thanks, Kim. It's a fridge.
Of course, just a giant ice bear-shaped fridge. Let's take a look inside.
The shelves are empty. All you see are crumpled ice cream wrappers with the brand name, Revachol Ice City. A handwritten note has been attached to the door.
Wait.
The fridge is huge.
Did Kuno mention Ice City? Or am I confusing this with something else? But I'm assuming this is one of the failed businesses. Examine the... someone's cooking something that smells nice. Night City, you're right. Take a note from the door.
You pocket the note and the little fridge magnets keeping it on the door.
Yeah, magnets.
You've acquired an interactable item. Investigate this item further by going to the Interact tab in your inventory.
Let's look at these ice cream wrappers.
A friendly cartoon bear smiles back at you from a glossy cellophane wrapper. It looks nothing like the fridge.
Weird. What is a giant bear-shaped fridge doing in the abandoned cellar in the first place?
Good question. It looks like an ice cream fridge.
You tried to sell ice cream from this hyper carnival?
Wanted more, did you?
David and Hyde, thank you so much for the sub. It's for 6 months as well. Hello. We're continuing to play Disco Elysium until my graphics card gets returned, I assume. Although I just got a message from them, which I'm gonna have to check to see what's going on with that. So they tried to sell ice cream from this hyper carnival?
I know. What an unfortunate marketing choice. What is even worse, the bear is still costing them money to this day.
Yeah.
The fridge buzzes with energy. The electricity bill on this thing must be catastrophic.
Okay, what are these things I got then? What was it? Interact. Oh, I never looked at the map. Let me just look at the map first.
Features the patchwork grid of the streets of Martinez, with directions to appropriately touristy locations. Year 48 resides on the upper right corner.
We'll do that later. Handwritten note from the fridge.
The note is written with a blue pencil on a piece of lined office paper. The kitchen magnets have left spots on its surface.
Does it say anything interesting?
Lieutenant needs closer to read the crumpled note over your shoulder.
This is tangential at best, but the lieutenant's detective instinct is still active.
Let's read the note.
Someone has scribbled, S. I can't believe the off-site copy is still here. The illiterate ginger kid keeps stealing stuff from the studio, so I had to hide it somewhere. You'll find the filament memory with the off-site copy in the frozen ice cream maker. Please take it home, ASAP. It's important. I'd do it myself if I lived in a civilized place with a freezer. Take care. Sous soif.
Sous soif. Is that like a cross in the L? What's the filament memory? Oh.
It belongs inside a radio computer, storing its memory. It's like a tape. You listen to disco tapes, right? It's like one of your disco tapes, only for a computer.
Wonder who wrote the note.
Looks like someone from that radio game company upstairs. I'm a little surprised they just left their property lying here.
They had to leave in a hurry.
That's a plausible hypothesis.
I'm gonna ask who is the illiterate ginger kid. I know it's Kuno.
Really? You don't have a single guess?
You mean Kuno?
Oh, I'm sure that child would love to get his hands on the filament memory. Even if he doesn't know what to do with it, he'd probably try to pawn it for speed, based on our encounter.
Any idea where the frozen ice cream maker could be?
I don't know. I assume it's somewhere close to the ice bear fridge.
Let me just look at this map though, because I did
The
steal it.
wall map features the patchwork grid of the streets of Martinaise. Your finger moves through the various streets, across Rue de Saint-Ghislain and Rue Saint-Sipar, over Saint-Brun and Martinaise North, finally coming to a halt on the spot where you are currently standing, although the map gives no such indication itself.
For a more detailed view of the map, go to your journal and select the Map tab.
Oh, I have a map tab. Oh, hello. Kuno's fucking listed on the thing. Oh, wait, he disappeared. Oh, as in... These are all the things that I've seen. And people and stuff. Huh. Oh, as in challenges. Right, okay. So that's the church I was looking at from there. Not seen any of this stuff. This map makes it seem like the ocean's very dangerous. And that's the place I was staying at. And that's the statue I saw, and that's presumably the harbour wall. Lots of things I've not seen yet. Interesting. That's actually a pretty good map. Those in the white are available to try now. Tasks. Oh, that's right. I should open the trash thing. I'm getting further away from the site of the murder. What do we have here? Ice cream maker defrosted and unplugged. Flashlight casts a strange shadow. There is a hidden doorway here. Two rusty rifles are hidden above the piping. They look inoperable. Still, they had rifles. Someone has stuck some busted guns beneath the ceiling. What have we found here?
A few bricks have fallen off, revealing a compartment behind the wall.
Is this
It's too dark to see in.
like a revolutionary thing? Where are we?
Seems like an old bunker from the revolutionary period. Look at all those rifles. Must be an old weapons cache.
Is that how you say cache? I thought you said cash. Oh, I guess it's French, so that's probably the French way to say it. Look, there's a hole in the wall.
There is, yes. And there also appears to be something inside the hole. Interesting. Do you want to take a look?
Okay.
Your hand reaches deep into darkness and spiderwebs. Rummaging around, you find rusty rifles hidden away.
Rifles, Kim?
Are these any good?
Most of them are rusty and inoperable, like the rest. But one catches your eye. A bolt-action model with a fine wood stock, in better cosmetic order than the others.
This one looks nice.
That's a rare sight. Seems to no longer be functional, but still a beautiful thing in its own way.
What does this mean, a rifle here?
It means there are firearms, albeit inoperable, still lying around in Martinez. It's an interesting coincidence, I would say. Might come in useful in the future.
He likes this find.
So now we have a rifle we can't use. Oh, it's worth money. Oh, all these things are.
A few bricks.
Oops. Still, not really learning case relevant stuff. Well, I thought maybe because I was like, you know, was this person killed because of something relating to a sort of revolutionary idea? For his ice cream maker, it's still running.
This orange machine is buzzing like an old submarine. It has a hand-cranked ice cream churner on top and an electric freezer that appears to be frozen shut.
Let's try and open
You
it.
slip your fingers under the frozen lid, but the ice is too cold for you to get a good grip. A pry bar would come in handy here.
Good thing I have one.
If you want to try again, then you need to have the pry bar in your
Hand
hand.
detective. Thank you.
Equip the pry bar by going to the tools
What do I
tab.
do?
Turning the
Ice
crank feels oddly satisfying, like stirring your childhood dreams. In the distance, you hear water dripping. It's all gone now. You'll never become a poet or an entrepreneur.
Not sure what that interaction meant, but okay. Right, let's get this pry bar in my hand.
This orange machine is buzzing like an open.
Let's save because it says it would be a heroic. Hang on. It would be heroically difficult to do.
This orange machine is buzzing like an
Pry bar
old
is not
submarine.
strong enough.
It has. The ice squeaks beneath the pry bar. You think you've got the bar jammed in there pretty well, but the lid simply won't budge.
I mean, I did all right, but my total was -11 because the pry bar is not good enough.
You see the pry bar's metal handle bending right before your very eyes.
Oh no.
Yeah, well, that's a good pry bar. I'm not criticizing it, but this ice cream maker is frozen shut. It takes an advanced tool to get it open.
Where do we get one?
I have no idea, officer. This ice cream maker isn't important enough to requisition a special tool.
Sooner or later, you will stumble upon a tool mighty enough. Then we will know what's in this mysterious ice cream maker.
Oh, so Rosie, at the end you think you should raise someone called Baby Walk? They're quite awesome. Let me just take a little second to have a look. They're from South Florida. They don't have any Pepes. Awkward DJs there. Okay. Yeah, I think we probably will. What time are we on? We'll do a little bit more. DJ introduce. Yeah. Seems all right.
Two cables are plugged into the breaker box. The red one leads to the ice bear fridge, and the black one to the ice cream maker nearby.
Well, I think we should probably unplug the ice bear fridge just on the basis that it will stop putting someone in debt, right?
An electric sizzle. The room is slightly quieter now.
We could melt through the ice thing. Like defrosting it. But then why is it still on? Like, is there something that needs to be frozen that will be ruined if I do that? I'm getting lots of money though. Insane mesh tank top. Intercom wires running into a breaker box. You get ready for grocery shopping, nice. Everyone in the stream is amazing, don't forget that. Oh, in this stream? Yeah, no, absolutely. We've never had a shitty person spend more than 30 seconds here, to be honest, so yeah, no, it's all good. Where do these stairs go? Oh, they go outside. What? Not what I expected. Let's get back in that building. There's secrets. There's secrets in there. That's what makes this stream a top tier stream. Yes, I agree. It's absolutely. I'm a figurehead. Everything else I do is upon reflection from other people or for the benefit of people and made by chat. Chat is certainly 50% of the effort. Is chat. Thank you for saying so. Right, how do I get to the next room? Amazing streamer has some humor, honestly brightens the. Oh, thank you. Well, you're such a kind person, I think. It's, only makes sense to I don't know, make content. That's why you got VIP. I give anyone VIP that I feel is the stream couldn't exist without them. Your way now, Livy. Livy too. Have a great day. Right. Let's get smashing on this door.
This must be where the... What an odd thing to do. As before, still nothing. Those curtains prove to be so. If this is really an entrance to the chimney, then there must be a furnace somewhere as well. Maybe there's another way to get in.
I don't see you like that, but...
Can you please try to refrain from attacking
random things? It's not random, it's significant. I want to see what's on the other side.
Why do you think there's something on the other side, necessarily?
Cat Twix. Thank you very much. The lieutenant asks, but you can see a spark of curiosity in his eyes.
In any case, there's no way we can get in right now. Let's investigate further.
Yeah. What's this? Postcard Le Delta 51. I have a little look at that. The sunlight has made this postcard almost completely sepia tones. Midtown traffic passes overhead. The ghosts of skyscrapers disappear into a beige midday mist. Vapor rising from the delta on which this district was built. The postcard is prepaid. I think just means it's a postcard, right? Shoes in a puddle of melting snow. So someone's been here recently.
As before.
So I think that might be everything that's back here if we can't get that door open. So there's something in the freezer that was important that they didn't want left behind. So I don't necessarily want to unplug the freezer. We can't get into the chimney, but clearly someone's getting through the chimney, because otherwise, why is there boots of melted snow? That sounds recent enough to potentially be the same day, right? Oh, need to go that way. What is going on? I feel strongly like that's a person that we need to find to see what they've seen to get an eyewitness account, because certainly we have no eyewitness accounts at this point. Guess they're just sort of maybe living in this space. I mean, she mentioned that she'd heard some sounds. What's this? Have I looked at this before?
A small mountain of colourful board game boxes.
Ah.
There are numerous types of games for all ages.
Look through the Wirral-related items.
Seems to be taken up by Wirral-related merchandise. An endless variety of source books, lore books, and codices litter the table. The topmost book is titled Welkin Compendium, 2nd edition. There's also a large hardbound tome with intricate cover art, The Hunters of Catawak, Boreal Creature Compendium, and a Pick Your Path adventure game book titled Tales of Wirral, Cavern of Velkrag.
Did I only notice this because I'd seen the stuff, or did I just not see it earlier?
Books in a board game section? Who wants to read books?
Anything that really catches my eye?
There's a box that says Wirral, 3rd edition Mega Setting Supplements Module. The side panel notes, a fantastique adventure board game, new maps and miniatures. A sticker on it displays 25 real.
Yeah.
That price is steep, but then it's the 3rd edition Mega Setting Supplement, so it makes sense.
It's the 3rd edition Mega Setting Supplement. What board games do you have here?
Wonderful board games, sir. The Viticulturist is a classic for sure, or perhaps you'd like Archipelagos of Insulinda, a very educational game for those interested in geography. Browbritter is a fun game of economic competition, but can get quite intense
Monopoly.
after a while. We have games for the whole family. You can play with your children.
Who are you going to play board games with? Do you have friends or family?
Do I have friends? Look at the lieutenant.
Are you actually friends? Or just colleagues thrown together by circumstance?
I don't feel as if I have any kids.
Friends are technically like family. For playing with friends, I'd recommend Suzerainty. It's a civilization building game where you build a civilization, then set off to brutally colonize and replace other civilizations. It'll cost 12 real.
I mean, I'm pretty sure there is a board game called Suzerain, right? But I think that's meant to be probably something like Risk. It's a civilization building game where you build a civilization, well done, then set up to brutally colonize, repress the others. Yeah. What about these whirl things?
Lousy auras there. No, role-playing games are popular among those types. You know, who are into those kind of things. Personally, I don't like it. Not at all. I've heard they turn people into occult enthusiasts. That they have rituals where they try to summon entities. Highly immoral stuff. You can still buy them though.
This is so funny. This makes me think about like how Hasbro basically produces all of the Ouija boards. I think maybe always did. Oh, it's immoral, but also like yeah, you can just buy one. I mean, if I was gonna buy any of that stuff, it would need to be more relevant to the case, which at this time it is not. Oh, if I look to this.
The display rack is brimming with worn paperbacks featuring an extremely muscular, sword-wielding barbarian
Conan
on the cover. Nearly all the titles contain the word Heimdall somewhere.
Stoggy, tell me about the Muscle Man books.
Oh, Man from Heimdall. A very popular series of adventure novels. They're awfully immoral and violent books.
Why are they so popular?
Blood and violence, scantily clad women, epic narratives, all those mystical things he encounters. They're bound to grab those with little imagination and nothing to do.
Sounds good. Which should I start with?
What does it matter? They're all the same. However, the customer is always right, they say. If you're a novice of the series, I'd recommend Heimdallaman, the man from Heimdall. It's supposed to be a good introduction to the series.
No, I don't need it.
Rows and rows of Heimdallamen blur your vision. You make out some titles. Man from Heimdall and the Mammoth Riders. Man from Heimdall, Return to Heimdall. And the solipsistic Man from Heimdall and the Heimdall Man.
How many are there?
Maybe 100. Man from Heimdall and the Sages at the End of the World. Man from Heimdall and the False God. Man from Heimdall and the Scorched Earth. Man from Heimdall, the Heimdall Colonies. Man from Heimdall and the Swamp Beast. Man from Heimdall and the Snow Crabs.
Is that all?
Not even close.
Oh my god.
Man from Heimdall in Hell. Man from Heimdall and the Forest of Slaves.
Man
from Heimdall under the lake. Man from Heimdall, Heimdall burning. There's even The Trial of Death, a pastoral combat game book set in the world of Heimdallaman, and so much more.
Wait, pain threshold. The pain threshold of this conversation. Hang on, I need to save it. Just because I don't want to redo all the chat things if he dies. Because if
the display rack is brimming with worn
do any of these books call out to me?
An extremely nothing of interest. Only silence and the cosmic background pain radiation.
Right. Oh, so he didn't die from that at least. Now I'm interested in maybe buying some Dick Mullen books, but I think I need to talk to this woman first.
You're alive and well. Don't keep me waiting now. What's in there? In that dark sarcophagus?
The dark sarcophagus. Pause dramatically.
Yes, yes. How was it?
Tell her how ghastly it was. You know it's what she wants to hear.
It was a charnel house of failed business enterprises, leeching life energy from the bookstore.
I knew it. Oh, such horrors that have been thrust upon us.
She shakes her head.
But what else did you find? Did anything survive? No, of course not. Have you located the entity?
You don't have anything of substance to tell her until you found that entity of hers.
Damn it. Right, let's buy a fucking Dick Mullen book, why not?
Shelves filled to the
I
brim
wanna buy
with
this
crime novels
Dick
featuring
Mullen
the
novel.
supposedly
Of course. Such violence and immorality. I mean, enjoy.
Right, tell me about Dick Mullen.
In your hand, you hold Dick Mullen and the Mistaken Identity. The brittle paperback feels fragile to the touch. The cover features a pastiche of different scenes. In the foreground, a man in a dark overcoat clutches a pistol to his chest. Rising up behind him are two silhouettes wrapped in a passionate embrace. The tagline reads, Detective Dick Mullen must prove his innocence after an old friend is murdered by someone who looks just like Dick Mullen. That seems to sum up the premise nicely. Needless to say, it violates nearly every RCM regulation for a detective to investigate a murder in which he is a suspect.
Are you really reading that, detective?
I really need to know who this Dick Mullen guy is.
Good luck finding it. He's not much of a character, I think you'll find. Just a stand-in for the reader.
The point is for the reader to feel like they're solving the crime along with Dick Mullen. A crude narrative convention, but no less effective for it. The story opens with a knock at the door. Detective Dick Mullen is greeted by an old friend, Charlie Spillane, who's come to Mullen to ask a favor on this dark and cold night. Spillane needs Mullen to drive him in from Vespa to a small town along the Elysium coast. Despite his friend's apparent agitation, Mullen does as he's asked, then returns home where he passes out drunk, as he does most nights. An extremely unprofessional and hurtful stereotype that's offensive to all upstanding officers
He's
of the
a
law.
big drunk. I can't judge.
2 days later, Mullen is arrested by the Vespa police and charged with the murder of Charlie Spillane. At his interrogation, Mullen learns that Charlie Spillane was shot in a bar in the very town Mullen dropped him off in by a man matching Mullen's description. Desperate to clear his name, Mullen manages to convince the Vespa police to release him for 3 days so that Mullen may solve his friend's murder and prove his innocence.
Cops release their prime murder suspect so they can find the real killer? Are you shitting me?
What's the matter, detective?
I don't know who's writing this shit, but I'm feeling they are experts on a homicide investigation.
The lieutenant shrugs, resigned to the idea that his profession will rarely, if ever, be accurately represented in art and literature.
I mean, if we're really talking about it, this is also not an accurate representation. Now, I wonder if they're saying that as a little bit tongue-in-cheek, because they know that this is a detective story, right?
They're not shitting you, detective. This is what the writers think passes for police procedure.
Okay, so Mullen didn't do it.
Of course, Mullen didn't do it. That's the whole premise of the book. Anyway, Mullen returns to the seaside bar where Spillane was murdered and meets a beautiful, mysterious woman named Diana DeNerva.
Nice, a dame.
And not just any dame. She's truly one in a million, a knockout whose mind is as dangerous as her curves. But she's got a secret.
Man, who doesn't?
Secrets are the currency of human relations.
Now it's getting interesting.
DeNerve reveals that she was Spillane's lover, and that he was mixed up with a local amphetamine smuggling operation. As soon as Mullen begins pulling at strings, the whole conspiracy begins to unravel. Not only is the local police captain in on the amphetamine ring, so is the son of a powerful politician and a strung-out art collector named Torvald, each of whom has his own reasons for wanting Spillane dead.
Tell me about the corrupt police officer, Captain.
Outwardly, the old police captain is a real law and order crypto-fascist, a barrel-chested man who's beaten his share of suspects to pulp. But he's also dirty and increasingly paranoid that someone's going to expose his role in the drug ring.
Police seem pretty confident that they will never get exposed by other police. They quite often murder each other if that does happen.
He would certainly have the motive and the means, but the captain walks with a noticeable limp from an old war injury. Is it possible that he was able to conceal it long enough to commit the murder?
I want to hear about the politician's son.
A typical privileged twat. In all likelihood, he's just in over his head. He does bear a personal grudge against Spillane, though, a former prosecutor who nearly brought down his father's administration. The kid doesn't exactly have Dick Mullen's manly build, but he is the correct height. And while interrogating him at his home, Mullen did notice a certain overcoat that looks suspiciously like his own.
What was that about, an art collector?
Torvald, the art collector, is a strung-out mess. Frankly, it's hard to imagine him holding a pistol steady enough to actually hit someone, let alone plug them 3 times in the chest the way Spillane did.
Unless it's an act.
That said, Torvald and Spillane have a long history, and while interrogating him, Mullen discovers that Torvald was once involved with Deanna Deneuve. Could it be that this is all over a sordid love triangle? One evening, Deanna Deneuve comes to Mullen's hostel room in tears. The two of them drink half a bottle of vodka, and soon they're seeking comfort in each other's arms. Well, that testimony won't be admissible any longer.
How does Mullen expect to solve the murder if he's sleeping with witnesses?
The man's a prosecutor's nightmare. Solving a murder counts for nothing if all the evidence gets thrown out in court over police misconduct.
Sure, I'm happy with this, but maybe the story will turn it around.
As the two lovers share a post-coital cigarette, Deanna Deneuve turns to Mullen and says, "By the way, Dick, there was something else I meant to tell you. I love you." Whatever it is, Mullen never hears the words. A blow to the base of his skull knocks him out cold instantly.
No.
When Mullen comes to, Deneuve is dead on the hostel bed next to him. To make matters worse, his clothes are covered with her blood.
The first one says fuck, and the second one says double fuck.
Mullen trashes his blood-stained clothes and flees the hostel, knowing it's only a matter of hours before the cops discover Deneuve's body, if they haven't been tipped off already. Fleeing a crime scene, destroying evidence. Even if Detective Mullen didn't commit the murder, he should be facing years behind bars. The heat is on. If Dick Mullen can't solve both murders before the cops catch up to him, he's going away for life. Can you solve the case before the cops close in?
Got some questions first.
What is it, Detective?
Why is everyone close to Dick Mullen end up dead?
It's a dangerous line of work, but somebody has to do it. That's why Dick Mullen never lets anyone get too close.
Why did Dick Mullen become a detective in the first place?
There was never a time when he wasn't a detective. He was born a detective.
Why is he like that?
Dick Mullen was made to crack skulls and solve cases. It's who he is. He could no more stop being a detective than a tiger could cease to be a predator in the night. For a moment, you cease to read the story on the page and see the book for what it is. A collection of brittle, cheaply printed pages held together by glue made from the hooves of horses. You won't find the answers you're looking for here. In other words,
why bother solving crimes when the world is so evil?
Is it really so evil, Detective?
Yeah, it's pretty evil.
Then why are you still here?
Because I don't want to let Kim down.
Just make sure you don't lose him. You'll not find another like him. It's true in more ways than you know. But then, what does this book know? It's just a poorly made piece of pulp garbage made to be consumed and discarded.
I don't have any questions. I've figured it all out.
So, who did it, Detective? Who killed Charlie Spillane and Deanna Deneuve?
The junkie art collector?
Could be. Who knows? Only one way to find out. You begin furiously flipping through pages. Even as you know these books follow a series of well-worn tropes, you find yourself completely engrossed. You're turning pages so fast, you don't even notice the ancient spine coming unglued. You try to grab the pages as they come loose, but your fingers aren't quick enough. They're gone. Dozens of pages scatter across the floor. The last fifth or so of the book seems to have been lost. It's possible that you could gather and reassemble the pages, but it would take way too long.
Now I'll never know.
Too bad, Detective. If it's any consolation, the resolution is almost never very satisfying. And on that note, Perhaps we should get back to making sense of our own case.
Yeah, I think he spent like 2 hours reading this fucking book.
Last year, more than 71% of murders in Revachol went unsolved. In Revachol West, that number was closer to 85%.
I just want to take a moment to say that's supposed to be like this shocking figure. That's better than anywhere. That's better than anywhere. Literally, Cressida Dick, who's the head of the police of the UK, was saying that she hoped that they could get up to 12% solved or something. Although I think that was in cases in general, but certainly cases don't get. Actually, I might be confusing cases with murders, but the thing is, like, it's it's worse in real life. It's worse in real life.
In your hand, you hold 4/5 of Dick Mullen and the mistaken identity.
Well, that was a little. He couldn't even. He dropped the fucking. Of course he did. Right. So we need to get the keys for that chimney, which I don't know who even has that. I need to check that bin, which I know I can speak to the manager about that. Oh, there's a bunch of people in here now that I didn't notice before. They just get here? Oh, because of the time of day. Man is sleeping at a table wearing mudcake boots and rolled down overalls. The back of his shirt reads Wild Pines, the logo with a tree.
On the counter, rolled out of his open hand, you see a blister pack of headache medicine.
I'll take that.
The man does not mind. You probably need them more than he does.
I think it's worth mentioning also that the majority of petty theft is done by the police.
You've just picked up some magnesium. This item is stored in the bottom left corner of the screen above your character portrait. Use magnesium to heal your morale if you have morale damage.
Let's try and wake him up.
You gently shake his shoulder, but nothing happens. This man could probably sleep soundly in a ship's engine room.
Okie doke. Ooh, is that some money? Oh, rum.
That sugary black rum stain on the counter makes you teary-eyed with joy. It's almost touching how syrupy and sticky it is. How long have you been up already?
Oh no.
Oh, excuse me. Do you have something better to do than lust for sweet syrupy rum and lemonade? With a twist of lemon? Maybe lime? Maybe who cares? Just rum?
Maybe I should lick it before I go?
Yeah, man. Yeah. Your mesolimbic reward pathway is going wild at the thought. Lick it, lick it, lick it, your receptors chant.
Lick it, but only a little.
Calmly, the lieutenant looks out of the window, then to you, licking the tasty rum stain off the counter, but only a little, then out of the window again.
Oh.
What are you doing?
Sorry, I drifted into my own thoughts and then this happened.
We should move.
You could definitely go for some more. The titillating scent of alcohol in your nostrils was beautiful.
I thought I was licking a bottle. I didn't realize I was licking a counter.
Hey, so we've been monitoring you internally, and now we know your copper type.
There are copper types?
Yes. Guess what's yours?
Cool cop. Some kind of weapon cop. Sorry cop. I'm sorry. I'm not sure. We're here to monitor me.
Okay. Just for the length of this short demonstration, please say something that isn't, I'm sorry. Guess. What is it?
Sorry, cop. I'm sorry. I'm not sure.
Yes. Sorry, cop. The cop who's sorriest. Let's make it official.
Oh, no.
Huge lack of enthusiasm going on in here.
Okay, but what about the other cop types?
Oh, you know. Apocalypse. Superstellar. The advanced interesting cop. Liquid shadow cop. But you're too sorry to say those things. So, here we go.
Want the other cop types to be jealous?
What? Jealous of the sorry cop? I think they'll be fine. Don't worry. They'll be super, super fine. It'll be totally okay. You can dual copper type from sorry to anything.
No, actually, they should be sorry.
Yes, yes. Impotent rage and lamentation. Let's wrap it up.
No, I'm actually not sorry. Change my mind.
No, you don't. Come on. You'll be back to saying sorry in 2 minutes. Stop wasting time and begin the repentance.
Not really sorry. Fuck off.
Wow. Okay. Fuck off. Maybe we were wrong about you then.
I don't. Yeah. I don't know what I would even pick. I don't know who he is. Except for sympathetic, I guess. Who's this guy? What about money, you know? Not much else we can do here. Oh, they opened the back room. And it's wipe clean, only the word Monday is written on it.
Can I help you?
Is the trash container out back yours?
Mine? No, it belongs to the Whirling in Rags.
Thank you for clearing that up. Why do you keep the container locked?
Why? To keep the hobos and drunks out. That's why. And the neighbors too. They put their trash there and they don't pay for the garbage company.
I thought as much. And are you the only party with access to the trash container?
Well, yes. Us and the garbage disposal company.
It seems a little callous, doesn't it? Something stirs in you.
I wonder what this feeling is.
Prod at him and find out.
Doesn't it seem callous to you guarding even your leftovers from the poor?
Callous? What are you? Kras Mazov? Almost all establishments in Revachol keep their trash locked. The Whirling in Rags is not special in that regard.
Krasmazov, nom de guerre, was an economist and a historical materialist. He was a leading figure on the Grad side of the Centennial Revolution, where he headed the 9-day government. Mazov is considered the father of scientific communism, Mazovian thought, or Mazovianism.
Maybe I am Krasmazov.
What are we talking about? It is not about the trash container.
Sure, let's...
Was there something you wanted?
Need those keys, please.
What for? Mazov? Are you planning to nationalize my trash container?
Maybe I am.
It concerns the case. Please cooperate.
Just bring them back once you're done, please.
I've seen something at the Whirling. Got a thing I need to talk about.
What thing?
Sorry, sign it to the mess halls reserved for the Union?
Yes, not the whole damn Union, thank God. Just the nastiest and loudest faction. They come here in the evenings. Dumb, unruly types. Think they're big shit. But they're good customers. They place big orders and always pay on time.
We should find out who this Lord faction is, occupying the booth. Loudness means talkative, and we need info.
We need a lot of info.
We
Where
don't.
do find them?
We have to wait.
Oh.
They'll show up sooner or later.
You glance at the clock on the wall behind the manager. Huh.
After 4, the sign said reserved after 4. Why isn't anyone in the mess hall?
Good question.
They're probably getting drunk or protesting something somewhere.
Protesting.
Or laying low after the, lynching.
Why is that?
They probably fucking killed that guy or something, and that's why.
I have a feeling we'll make their acquaintance sooner or later.
Something else I want to ask about.
What?
By the way, you should come back to this thing-based questionnaire if you see anything interesting in the Whirling later.
Thing-based questionnaire. I talked to Sylvie. She left because of me, not you.
Wait, what? But what about the bird?
The bird?
Yes, the bird. I found it lying on the floor with a broken wing the morning she left.
She didn't break it. I did. I threw it against the wall.
You broke the skewer!
His face is flushed with emotions. A rash covers his neck.
I assure you it was him.
It's as if he can't decide whether to be angry or relieved that it was you.
Again.
Why on earth did you have to break the skewer?
It's a mystery.
I can't believe it. I was so sure it was Sylvie. Even worse, I thought she was trying to send me a message. Symbol of hope and all.
A tender type of hope. Something stirs in you. Perhaps this is why you broke it.
All right. Did she say anything else? About me, Did she say anything about me?
She was flattered and it was bad timing.
Really? I should give her a call then.
Man doesn't know what to say. He wipes his brow and stares at the counter. Why am I doing a nice thing for... Actually, he is mean to me, but all things considered, he's actually being quite polite.
Thanks, I guess.
30 experience!
Is there anything else you wanted, or...?
So about that money I owe.
Yes. Have you got it?
How much do I owe you?
A lot. A lot.
Oh yeah, that's right.
For the room, drinks, and broken window.
Let's talk about something else.
What? I was really enjoying talking about the money you owe me.
Can I have a drink?
Do I have a shaker in my hand? Is this a shaker?
He sounds irritated, and it's not a shaker. It's nothing. He's holding nothing.
No, there's nothing there.
Am I wearing a little bow tie? Am I wearing a bow tie and doing this?
Shakes the imaginary shaker furiously.
Am I smiling? Do you see me smiling and shaking my little shaker? No. Do you know why?
Why?
Because I'm not a bartender. I'm a cafeteria manager.
Looks like a
Is
bartender.
there anything else you wanted?
Play it calm. This man needs to understand you need a drink to help the community deal with police stuff.
I'm an alcohol-operated detective. If you want me to clean up a dead body and solve the case, you need to insert alcohol into my mouth.
Oh, well, in that case, let me pour you a nice, big, refreshing marinella. Do you want that out of a glass or a pineapple?
Glass.
Don't be an imbecile. I'm not going to serve you a marinella. I have work to do and broken things to fix. If that was all, I'd like to return to it.
By the way, I'm going to sing karaoke here.
Absolutely out of the question.
Absolutely in the question. First we find a sad banger. Then we sing this place to shit. Your body is ready, sire.
I don't actually know the song though. Because they said I needed to figure that out. So can I get... Ooh, what's that thought I'm having? A woman's hand wrote yesterday's menu. Today starts in a man's handwriting. Right. Ooh, this is the kitchen. I thought this was... I didn't think this was the kitchen. Ooh, money. I guess I'll just take that then.
A thin man is smoking below an exhaust hood, occasionally sipping from his mug. This must be the Whirling's cook. As you step in, he nods toward the table and says something in a completely foreign language. The only words you can make out are Garancy and Kubek. Okay, it's definitely not his name. Whatever you do, please don't call him Garancy Kubek. Please. It's not funny.
And the first two options are, Mr. Garcia, I have questions for you. Mr. Kubek, I'm here on official police business. Alright, hello sir, got time for a few questions?
The man puts his cup down and replies something, his left hand drawing arcs in the air.
Some impressive pots though.
He smiles and bangs his ladle against each of his pots in turn.
Oh, I like him.
It's almost like music, especially with the sounds of assorted dishes boiling and simmering on the stove.
I don't think I need anything else. Stay masculine. That's a weird thing to say. But alright. Let's still go anyway.
You see a heavy steel door with a prominent dimple lock. It's painted blue. You immediately feel drawn to the color. Blue is for mystery.
What do this door leads?
You do? It's a door in the back of the kitchen. Why do you care where it leads?
Out of duty, we may find something pertinent to the investigation.
Yes, I suppose it's worth seeing if we can get in. Just to be thorough. As a side investigation.
It's hardly a side investigation. You already
Mini side investigation. No, the door is a mega investigation. I'm calling it behind a blue door. Yes, a mini side investigation.
Gart is the person to ask about this.
Okie doke. I'm assuming it's just a freezer, right?
Can I help you? Another thing. Great.
There's a mysterious blue steel door at the back of the kitchen.
Oh, yes, that door, sure. There's nothing mysterious about it. It's just a door.
You know what's behind it? Do you
No, I don't have a key. I don't know how to get there. And I don't care either. It's not like I've been wondering about it for 10 years. It's just a freight warehouse, probably.
Wondering about it is, of course, exactly what he's been doing for 10 years.
Or some boring storage space with a bunch of old junk and dust. Junk and dust.
Junk and dust. He runs his finger across the counter to check for dirt.
He's attempting to maintain an air of indifference. It's absolutely not convincing.
I think you'd like to know what's back there.
Fine, okay, a little. But my job doesn't leave me time for wondering about one locked door in one of the cafeterias I manage. So I haven't opened it. I have cleaned the whole place 100 times over, though, after the animals. And I haven't found a key, so good luck with that. Yes?
Can I open it with the pry bar? I feel like it would have maybe said about the pry bar if it was, but it's worth a try.
You see a heavy steel door with a prominent dimple lock. It's painted blue.
Touch the door.
The cobalt blue surface feels rough to touch. The stainless steel door is flush with its frame on every side. It leads to a side building, adjacent to this one. The old building next to this, half ruined. Whatever is behind it must be older.
Try to push on the door.
The door does not budge.
Damn it. Although I do feel like I could see in there for a second with the menu. I don't think that was supposed to happen. Right. How you doing?
Hello again, sweetie.
Sweetie's money. Does Sweeties get money?
Oh, sweetie, I heard your conversation with the manager about your financial troubles. When do you get your next paycheck?
If she could, this woman would feed and clothe you and every other sad, lost person on this earth.
Tug on her heartstrings.
Your deportment remains dignified as you shed a
single manly tear. This isn't easy for me to ask of anyone, but I'm the end of my rope. Any money you can have could help me.
Sweetie, I only have a few cents on me, but I could give you this to pawn. Just I tied you over.
Oh. He unfastens a gold commemorative pin from a left jacket pocket and drops into your palm.
Wonderful. He has a pin.
It's such a kind thing to do, though.
The pin is round and slightly tarnished. 3 sailboats in bas-relief with the sun hovering over the water behind them. A chipped green banner at the bottom reads, Saint Baptiste, Summer 31, Dinghy Races. The Saint Baptiste Dinghy Races were conceived as a biennial civic pride celebration and cash cow, but only took place twice, in 31 and 33. The 31 races are the subject of fond reminiscence. Those who were there will tell you of sun-drenched bleachers, pink bubbly, and bronze-legged studs in white shorts.
That's interesting. So it's almost like a combination of Woodstock and like Burning Man or something, except that it's a dinghy race.
The 33 races, on the other hand, were plagued by controversy over performance enhancers and very cold rain. After 2 local champions were stripped of their titles, the city decided not to hold the event again.
Which is kind of like what happened in the 1970s when the guy was murdered by the Hells Angels or whatever. Who were the security at the event, at the very bad event that everybody hated, that was just trying to remake Woodstock. That's the 60s literally did die at the end of the 60s, or really died in 1971, but I think that's so weird. So they're just like, but then I mean, it's always like that. I mean, the Iraq invasion in, was it 2001? That's, everyone says that's the point that sort of killed all the optimism. That during the Rolling Stones hit. Yeah, there's some misconceptions about that. I was reading on that Wikipedia page I linked yesterday about common misconceptions that everyone thinks it was during the about a devil song, but it was actually a different one, and possibly not even Rolling Stones. But yeah, it was a weird, shitty event. Where can I pawn the pin?
Cross the plaza and follow the road along the coast.
Yeah.
Down by the water, there'll be a shack nestled against an old stone facade. That's the pawn shop. An old friend of my husband's goes there often. He says the owner is quite helpful.
Items that can be pawned at Bird's Nest Roy's appear in your inventory under the Items tab. You can pawn these items when talking to Roy.
This helped me up, Lena. Thank you.
You're quite welcome, dear.
Okay, so everything in items is a sellable item. So this pen, this handkerchief, this shot put ball, this rifle, this postcard, and this pin. Now these things are starting to add up. Like some of these are like 13 real. We might, I assume, eventually actually get to pay off the bill. Woodstock 99 was a shit show. Limp Bizkit played and the fans trashed the place still because I just didn't play for that. They think it just danced nicely. Yeah, no, you get a huge number of people. You do not want to upset them. Because they'll just break everything because they can. Documentary about Albert and David Maisels. That's probably not how you say it. Recall the events surrounding the free concert by the Rolling Stones at the Altamont Speedway outside San Francisco in 1969. Oh, it was 1969. Worried about the security, the Stones asked the Hells Angels, notorious white supremacists, to keep order for them, but the day tragically ended as violence broke out and a fan was killed. Yes, a black fan was killed for being drunk, I think. But also, that's not a reason to kill someone. I feel like I was reading about it from a sort of racism context, and that's how I found out about it on Tumblr, maybe. Right, let's check that rubbish, because honestly I'm kind of running out of things to investigate, although I noticed that there seems to be new conversation things happening with some of these people, so right.
This trash container is locked. The sliding lid has a padlock that says, whirling in rags.
Open the padlock with the key.
With a well-oiled crack, the lock pops open. It should now be possible to simply raise the lid.
The film was from 1970 called Gimme Shelter. That sounds familiar.
Don't. Maybe you shouldn't.
Didn't I just have a premonition that something is in there?
There is, but you won't like it. Sweat forms on your brow. Your hand is still on the lid.
Open it.
The smell of rotten food rises to greet you. You see soggy cartons, dirty rags, and organic waste.
And?
We're just in time. This hasn't been emptied for over a week.
Ah, so it will be relevant things. Right, let's look under the box of some cartons.
You see milk and egg rest with one broken egg in it. Some pasta wrapper. Picking up the soggy packages somehow feels familiar. A box falls into pieces in your hands. Batiste Soleil cereal. There are plastic pasta packages below. And turbo noodles. Nothing of note, however.
I'd like some turbo noodles. Ooh, we do have some soba noodles left over actually. I could make those. I need more like some veg or something. We don't have any veg. Veg is the first thing to go when there's no money, I've noticed. Pick up the rags.
Among the threadbare kitchen towels, something catches your eye. A pair of denim trousers.
Denim trousers? Is this because they didn't fit on the guy who's wearing mismatched clothing?
As the legs of the slime-covered jeans begin to unspool from the garbage, a rank corpse smell fills the air.
Corpse smell?
The victim's clothes? Cadaverine odor is faint. If these belong to the deceased, they were removed when he was still in the early stages of decay.
Weird.
Drop them in here, officer.
The lieutenant produces a black plastic bag marked evidence from his pocket. Alright.
Guitar marked blue jeans. Pockets empty or emptied. He wore them with a belt, too. A white belt. The loops appear stretched, but...
He looks into the container.
The belt is missing. That's it. Do you see anything else in there? I have another bag here.
Because the belt's on that scab guy.
Something slimy catches your eye.
Reach for it.
A drab, long-sleeved shirt, olive-colored, appears from the food waste, dripping with pus.
God, is there anything more awful than pus?
This is a military type overgarment. No label or serial number. This is the kind of rib-knit shirt that's worn over light armor to conceal it in an urban scenario. Anything more?
I just need to hit my light for a second because it's I don't know if it's because it's a shitty electronic thing, which probably, or because it's plugged into a shitty electronic thing, because I have a habit, and I think it's a good habit to have, of not plugging in anything with a USB if I don't know what it potentially could do, because it's got a USB charger and I'm like, just on the, it probably doesn't have anything, but just on the off chance I'm not going to plug it into my computer. But it means that the light quite often flashes a little bit. So I do apologize if it seemed like I was flashing. That's the reason. Really need to get a new one. Like with a plug or something.
The rest of the rags are just kitchen variety waste. A yellow old mug that catches your eye. But other than that...
For no towel, a mug, that's all.
Alright. We should go to Gart again and ask if he knows who put the clothes in the trash. It could be as simple as someone from the hostel cleaning the yard. Or that one. I'd advise against confronting that force.
He nods towards the red-haired boy behind him. You think someone from the Whirling might have been involved, maybe?
Not really. All we know is the victim's clothes are in the trash. The lid was locked, and his establishment had the key. It's just a small loose thread.
It says loose thread, but it's, to be honest, it's all I got right now. Yeah, we need to ask the kids who put them there.
The fuck's he on about? Kids? You hear that, Kuno? He thinks you're an infant or something.
See?
The lieutenant nods, then looks back into the trash container.
Search the food waste?
It's just organic waste, cold and slimy on your hands. Apple and potato peels, mostly.
You can cook those.
Unidentified sludge, and the occasional chicken bone
You
thrown
cook
in
that
for
as
good
well.
measure. But hey, nothing. It's nothing. Nothing more to see here. What's this?
What?
A blue piece of plastic sticks out from the apple peels. It's shiny. Looks like the corner of something. Something larger. A clipboard. A blue plastic clipboard with moist papers hanging from it. They look badly damaged, but you can still make out forms and notes, written in a man's handwriting.
The reason he says man is because I looked at the change in the handwriting. So, Gart's handwriting?
Officer, is that your paperwork?
Oh, I don't know what this is.
It is. Look, the plastic has
Oh,
the
no.
RCM street grid on it. You've even got an autopsy form in there. If you don't mind my asking, how could you have let your paperwork end up in the trash?
I think I didn't want to be a cop anymore. That's why I tried to flush my cop life down the toilet.
Well...
Doesn't know what to say.
His eyes express a rare condolence. Then he picks it up.
Lucky we found it. You should take stock of what remains, just to be sure some has not made it into the hands of the RCM's adversaries. Organized crime and the like. There might have been police secrets in your notes.
Okay.
It would also not hurt to start taking notes on the case. Now, tell me what your eagle eyes see. Or are we finished?
Some items,
Eagle eyes
such as
see.
the
Tell me what
ledger
your
you
eagle eyes
found,
see.
are interactable.
Nice.
Go to your inventory
Yes.
and
A mug.
You pick out a broken mug with an oddly racist
Oh,
depiction
no.
of the yellow man frolicking in saffron.
Antique.
Only in its social sensibility.
I'm gonna take it, I guess. Oh no, Kim, I'm sorry.
The container sounds a muffled gong.
Not really a gong.
That's one thing off the list. I think we got it all.
Guillaume Le Million.
Ah.
Bad news. Guillaume Le Million did not become a cop. In 1938, he went on a tour to the Sinyao province in Safrey, where he died of autoerotic asphyxiation.
Makes
His
sense.
body was found hanging from a decorative dragon tree in his junior suite amid drug paraphernalia. unwholesome objects, and the Sylvia Trainer single, Wonderland, skipping in the background. And yes, you can take this as a metaphor for Revachol in the 30s, and also as a warning.
Pain threshold. All psych learning caps raised by 1. Cool. Right, let's get inexplicable feminist agenda, I guess. Seems like the right thing to do. Why does it say THC in the corner? I have no idea. Oh wait, did I actually pick it? Yeah, I did. Okay. Can I level up? Can I level anything up? Can I level empathy? No, don't have enough yet. I feel like I'm getting loads of experience and not necessarily leveling up. I don't know how much you actually need. Alright, let's try again to pull this body down.
There he still is, looking right through you with his white eyes.
Let's give
the
it a
body
go.
below is entirely ha ha ha. Again, the corpse laughs at you, pus dripping from its mouth.
Not pus.
He will never be
Not
able
mouth.
to hold it in. It's
Oh, I said
always
froth.
too much. Every
Yeah,
time it
I would too.
It gets worse and worse. There's
Oh.
nothing more to throw up now. All that's left is crying and convulsing dryly at the same time.
I failed again.
The lieutenant is clearly at a loss.
What do I do now?
Officer, you just need to be stronger. Learn to keep it in long enough for us to work. There's nothing else to do.
You can open this white check again by going to your character sheet and spending a skill point to upgrade your endurance.
Relax. It's okay if you don't make it today. The bloated corpse isn't going anywhere.
Yeah, I'm starting to see the problem with having no endurance. How do we get back here? Oh, there's all sorts of stuff. What's this again?
An inconspicuous pile of the roofing material, Eternite.
Why am I looking at this pile of roofing material?
Because it's nice and orderly. Well-laid pallets. Easy on the eyes.
Shut up.
Rhythmic pattern calms your mind. Mammals like this stuff. No, there's more to this. You get this strange feeling.
What feeling?
Hard to say. It's gone now. Feelings pass, you see. Especially the small ones.
What is this?
It's nothing. Someone just left some roofing material slanted against an old shack. Glad you asked. When junior researcher O'Reilly Tar invented Eternite in the Vartner Polytechnic Institute some 30-odd years ago, he thought it would last forever. Hence the name, Eternite. Sadly, the only lasting thing turned out to be the material's highly carcinogenic effect.
It's almost like plastic fiber stuff. What's that stuff called? It's just plastic stuff. They make like canoes and all sorts out of it. But if you sort of cut it up and fragment it, it's the worst thing to get into your lungs since the asbestos. It's very asbestosy. This is the thing with like carbon nanotubes as well. Is every time someone comes up with some really cool material, it's like, yeah, but if it gets a little dusty and it gets in your lungs, always something awful and bad. I completed the task. Yep. Right. What's the reality lowdown? Try a rich person. I've not met any rich people yet. Right, I want to do something. Before we stop the stream, I want to try and find one more like useful thing to do.
The worn and beaten wooden planks of the bench do not look overly comforting.
We can sit on benches after we've solved the murder.
We can sit on benches after. We can enjoy it.
You can revisit the bench.
We can revisit it.
The worn and beaten wooden planks of the...
Oops.
You can revisit the bench if you ever need to pass the time when...
Okay. Presumably sleeping on the bench. Oh, some people. Were they there before? Hello. Oh, they're playing
Life
bulls.
doesn't need to be a struggle.
Covers his mouth to hide a burp. Used to line roads with asbestos, stone, dust everywhere. Ah, fuck. That's as bad as it could be.
I'll be with you in a moment, officer. Let me just finish my sandwich. Talk to Angry Hog René first.
Have you no shame? Whining about your back every time you bring out the measuring tape.
Who's this guy?
René, you're a man with a fork in a world of soup. Please, let's just try to enjoy the game, alright?
This one's still chewing on his sandwich.
I'm trying to, but you keep breaking my concentration. You're old. I can see that. We're both old. Now stop grabbing your ass like it's a girl.
So, I don't know if this is intentional or just coincidental or what, but there seems to be a very persistent like trope of a couple of old men playing bulls, which is like the most French game ever, which I've played, and it's very similar to something like curling, except that it's just done on grass. There is a British version of it, which I can't for the life of me remember the name of it, but quite often you'll find sort of secluded, like very flat, weird places in parks and stuff. But this itself is, I feel like it's almost like a trope. I feel like I've seen it so many times and things. Grab a ball and show them how it's done. Oh.
You are immediately surprised by the ball's lack of weight. No matter, you'll make it work.
Taking the surroundings.
A chilly breeze ruffles your hair as you stand there, feet firmly planted. All sounds, smells, even the wind, everything fades until the only thing left is the union of man and ball.
Feel the ball.
The cold metal ball is surprisingly smooth against your neck. It has a pattern on it, probably a sponsored ball. Yours would only be covered with bumps of learning and scars of victory. Already your muscles are adjusting to the weight, the nervous system calibrating, until you and the ball have merged into a single entity. The man ball is ready.
There is time for a last glance inward. Who am I?
An embodiment of pure motion, a fine-tuned locomotor running at maximum efficiency.
His only success is in chucking this fucking ball.
Some would still say you're a cop, but I guess we're beyond that now.
The inertia can be contained no more than a bullet leaving a gun. Let go, be the bullet. What? Why did I do that?
Merde! Bordel de merde!
A whorehouse of shit? It wasn't whorehouse of shit. The shot was at least 23 meters. Probably 24, and then some. Nothing to be embarrassed about.
What the hell is your problem?
I don't know. What is my problem? Not a weak right triceps, that's for sure.
I don't care if you are a cop. You do not just ruin someone's game. It's so goddamn disrespectful.
Wait, what?
You vandalized our game, son. We can't play pétanque with 5 bull.
Ah, bulls, that's what it's called. Oh, I thought it was shot put.
Well, it damn well isn't. It's pétanque. You ruined a pétanque game. We want our bull back.
And he was doing so well.
Take it easy, René.
I get
This
Guggen.
is just a misunderstanding, isn't it, officer? No harm done.
Probably be ending fairly soon, but I think we're here on our second episode of Disco Elysium, and you know, we've had some nice charming conversations with people. Do not feel like I've advanced the case at all. I don't think I've learned anything useful. I haven't even been able to cut the body down yet because he just doesn't have the stomach to do it.
Of course there's harm done, you orange slug. You are as a goddamn bull.
I don't have a ball, but will this do? Hold up the shot put ball.
Will this... No! It will goddamn not!
Oh.
Thank you, officer. This is really something. Honestly, I think it's better than our old bull, even.
Yay! The jolly man quickly takes the ball and bounces it in his hand.
Mon Dieu. Alright, fine. What do you want, officer?
Yeah, no, because I was using the backup computer on the basis that prior to streaming this on this main computer, which is what I'm using now, even just opening OBS was enough to like crash it, which it hasn't done since, and I really don't understand what causes that. But it was so bad when I tried to do it. It was so embarrassing as well. But yeah, no, my plan was to play this until I get my old graphics, my new graphics card back. Right, let's talk to these Frenchmen.
Yes. Why did you come here? It's unlikely they know anything about the murder. You never know. He might know something. This is a good vantage point.
You seem to be playing in a crater.
Yes. The terrain here provides an interesting variety to a familiar game.
Do you know what created it?
I do. Fire from heavy artillery.
It's a crater left by artillery force fire, but why?
Why what?
Why was heavy artillery used?
Because that's what happens when communists hijack your country, execute your supreme leadership, and turn your capital into a slaughterhouse. You use heavy ordnance to clean up your home.
Did you use artillery fire against them?
Sadly, no. It was the foreigners who brought them to their knees. We fought valiantly. Too valiantly. So valiantly we got licked.
We fought so valiantly we lost. we lost because we fought too hard.
Should have fought dirty, like they did with their suicide sex cult propaganda and mad anarchist women strapped to shrapnel bombs. We didn't though, and we lacked caliber. God bless him, but the suzerain's cannons simply weren't big enough.
I think it was funny, someone was thinking this video where someone was saying about how everybody has to learn about 1066 because it's like the start of England or whatever, but it's one that we lost. I was like, that's very funny. Not that we should really be celebrating any kind of war, really, except for maybe revolutionary ones, but even the Revolutionary War is not really a victory entirely. It's someone always takes advantage of it. Well, I don't know. I guess I would celebrate like the Haitian Revolution. That's pretty good. Although Haiti is in a bad shape, but that's definitely not their fault. You know, stuff like that kind of thing. I guess the Irish Revolution, although Northern Ireland we still clung on to it, unfortunately. Although maybe not for long, eh? Hello, Cow. Welcome back. I hope you got all the groceries that you wanted.
It was probably a bit more complicated than that.
Yes, I think so. Why shell them here in Martinique?
Because this place is a damn beachhead. Had to soften the commies up first.
The beachhead?
Yes. The military coordinated amphibious landing to take back Revachol. Martinez was used as one of the 3 footholds in Revachol during Operation Deathblow in 08. The other 2 are off in Stella Maris and the Delta.
Shake your head and look at the crater.
This here is Blood Ground, where coalition boots first made landfall and cleaned those rabid dogs out. Most likely, we're playing pétanque on their mangled corpses.
Blood Ground. You got old René going there. Like he isn't hungry enough already.
Is that why everything is so bombed out?
Damn right, son. They laid the fire of hell on the city before they stormed it. And it worked, too.
There is a strange gleam in his eyes.
The rest of the city got cleaned up, but Martinez they keep as a monument. And now the Union Socialists are practically running the place.
Well, it's your own damn fault. You, we, the coalition, Revachol, whoever you want to blame, never finished the job. Officially, the party never surrendered. Of course they still all influence.
You don't even begin to truly understand the players at the table, let alone the specific circumstances surrounding the... What do you think?
He stops mid-sentence and turns to you.
Thinking men have opinions on these things. Present one.
That should be the way soft socialists paving the way for the hard working class to take over. Foreign powers cleaned up your mess and now they rule us. Shake our head in shame. Coalition seems quite capable actually. Commies just don't understand how money works. Nothing, I don't think I just do. The first one seems... I mean, it's gonna make him angry, but...
Preposterous! Surely you don't mean it. I'm just sorry it had to be them. After 8 years of fighting those commie hyenas, boiling cats for food and drinking my piss in the mountains, I would have preferred if the Right Honorable King Guillaume returned to Revachol, or even if that damn clan Frisel had risen from the grave and led us. Sadly, that was not the case.
This royal failure weighs heavily on him.
Instead, all that is just, holy, and beautiful in the world was wiped away, and now it's neon signs with toothpaste ads everywhere. Foreign influence peddling garbage and stupid music on the radio.
Just very old.
This is just what the commies wanted. This was their plan all along. This is what they wanted to replace the role of the suzerain with.
Ah yes, the commies wanted to replace everything with capitalism. You know, that's something I've been hearing a lot lately, actually, weirdly. From, obviously, right-wing nonsense people. That very specific line of dialogue of like, no, things suck because that's what they wanted. How does the Philip III factor into this point towards the monument?
It doesn't. That was 100 years ago. Ain't got nothing to do with anything.
The right wing is very afraid of communism, and for them, I suppose, rightly so, because it was a huge explosion of rejection of a lot of things that they like authoritarianism and hereditary rule and stuff like that. So one of the common things that they keep saying to sort of reassure themselves and convince other people is that anything that's bad about things now is actually the end point of communism and not the fault of communism, or even more specifically their own ideas of authoritarianism and stuff like that. It's just to try and recruit people and lick their wounds and so on. I mean, I will say I don't think that communism is a complete philosophy, because Lenin was able to hijack it, in my opinion. There are very few communists who agree with me with that. I'm quite unusual in that sense. Although you only have to talk to someone that lived in Eastern Europe that got taken over by the USSR to hear their opinion on that, which is USSR was not great. It was just an extension of Russian colonialism, except now it had a real like fire behind it. Lenin ended up gassing his own people to stop them from rebelling against his rule, and had quite a lot of people killed. Not a very, in my opinion, communist thing to do, but the idea of sharing stuff so that people don't suffer, which I think should be considered the central part of communism, is a good idea. But it's just the sort of implementation of that people are still... oops. Sorry, I just pulled something off my desk that I'll have to screw back in later. Yeah, so who's Frisel?
Damn Frisel.
Frisel.
He was the king we couldn't protect. The Carabineers failed him, and the crown. He died in the hands of the Hyperlay, in a very public execution.
You mentioned Clown?
A true king in both blood and mind, led Revachol before Frisel. He would have been better, but the damn commies drove him into exile.
Some manner of self-deceit is present in his thinking. Sounds like this Guillaume abandoned him, and he doesn't want to admit it.
What exactly is a suzerain?
The suzerain is the king. Has everyone forgotten already? They forgotten.
He slowly nods and says to himself they've forgotten already.
It's no use talking to you. You were still in Daddy's balls when it happened. When we took our last stand against the Filth and rode the cavalry straight into gunfire.
That sounds a lot like the Charge of the Light Brigade, a famously bad decision to run cavalry into cannons that was so devastating for the cavalry. I can't remember if it was the American Civil War, but it sort of kind of made people think, maybe we shouldn't do cavalry anymore. It really reduced. I say it reduced, but then there was quite a lot of cavalry in the First World War. I don't know. I don't know my specific war history that well because I feel like it's a little bit overtaught. High intellect playthroughs like this are so fun for your first time if you're into the lore. Well, I'm liking to. I really felt so lost when I didn't know anything about the surrounding area, so it's certainly useful to learn things about the world and stuff like that. Do you know anything about this antique rifle?
It's a Bell McGrave, 4.46 caliber, breech loading, Revachol made. Good weapon, accurate and reliable. This one's inoperable. The bolt spring is missing and the mechanism is jammed shut. Still a beauty. Where did you find her?
In the basement?
I'm not surprised. There are probably lots of forgotten wartime weapons lying around here. Back in the day, everyone had something stashed away. As for the rifle, I don't know what else to tell you. These BM-446s are an antique. No one uses them anymore. The ammunition is impossible to find.
Do you know anything about the man hanged in the back of the whirling in rags?
Unfortunately, I don't. Unlike most of the locals, I have no qualms about assisting law enforcement. But this affair has passed me by completely.
To be honest, I feel like everyone's been very helpful. People have been literally just handing money to me, which I'm like, I thought they were hostile to the police. Except for fucking Kuno, but...
In Martinez, the union is the law. So can you really blame them?
Huh. You know, I have a problem with cops.
Cop is a pejorative term. I don't have a problem with policemen. On the contrary, I admire the effort to bring order to our streets.
It's a big old nationalist, isn't
He doesn't know about the crime. Your time is better spent discussing politics.
What about policewomen?
I'm confident they are indispensable in regard to all the paperwork and other administrative duties.
There are no duties as here women couldn't carry out.
But you must agree that nature,
fuck
in
off.
her infinite wisdom, has made men more fit to perform certain, more challenging tasks. Don't you,
No,
officer?
I don't think there's any evolutionary inequality at play here.
Really, officer. Match an average woman against an average man in a dark alley and see who comes out on top.
It's a very weird thing to say. Nobody really knows what an average woman looks like. I mean, just think about what's classified as plus-size clothing. It's actually above... No, sorry, it's below the average weight of a woman. So what's above the... What's supposed to be considered above the average is below. Nobody really knows what a woman looks like. No one really knows what a man looks like, because anything that's outside of that very narrow idea is dropped. I mean, just look at actors in films. I know that acting is like, it's a very physical thing, so you're probably going to develop a degree of muscles. I had a fucking six-pack when I was in college just from the stretches that we basically did in the morning and breathing exercises. But they all look so ridiculous, you know, like no one that you've actually ever met, because you would be like, oh, that's a gym bunny or something, you know, like you wouldn't just be like, oh, this is a man who just drives a truck, which is always the part that they have. I personally, if I was a director for a film, I would get very involved in casting, because I also think it's the worst, one of the worst parts of the industry in general. No one fucking knows how to cast, and to be honest, I think people should try harder to cast what they don't think a person should look like, because it will be way more interesting. And the directors who do that are like praised for it. Very, very few of them though. Yeah, no one really knows what people actually look like, because most of the art that they see is very different to the actual reality.
Gender equality is a very noble, very modern idea. But in real life, primal roles prevail.
Ew.
But I do not wish to discuss this matter further.
Okay. Statue of Philippe III. I saw the statue of Philippe III near the roundabout.
Ah, yes! King Philip III, on his steed. A reminder of what Revachol once was.
Oh, absolutely. At the mercy of a cocaine-snorting tyrant who emptied the treasury so he could sleep on a bed of gold.
A superpower, feared and respected. A testament to what this country can be under the leadership of a true king. Someone who knows how to rule.
How should a true king rule?
Decisively, without fear of offending the sensibilities of the frail and weak-minded among his subjects. This is something the insurgents never understood.
Seems to me a leader should take care of his people before himself.
A nation is only as strong as its leader. That's why it was such madness to try to...
Don't get started on that again. What happened, happened.
There's some weirdness in his voice. He's heard this rant many times before. Yeah, it's funny how he's like, well, the nation's only as strong as its leader, but then we literally just said, yeah, he's like a big piece of shit.
The Carabiner doesn't reply, but his entire being communicates unbreakable resolve.
What was that about cocaine?
Oh, old Philip was a big fan of the purple nose candy the nobility loved so much. A cocaine connoisseur of sorts. His egocentricity is borderline legendary.
You can't even take the responsibility for yourself. How could you fathom the responsibility weighing on the shoulders of a ruler?
He asks, obviously annoyed.
That's why the Philippian kings use cocaine. For clarity of vision. To aid in their work. Regnum cocainum. Revachol's finest years.
He seems to grow taller, bringing with pride about his past. I keep thinking about how Freud took so much cocaine because he was like, this is making me smarter, to the point where he had to have jaw surgery, and then he still kept taking cocaine. I'm like, okay. Alright, Freud. I've tried it. It was not the drug for me, personally, because it felt like time moved so quickly, and yet nothing had happened, and I was like, well, what's the point of getting high if you don't even feel it, right? It's obviously, I mean, loads of high power, high pressure job people want to use it, because I think it's just one of these things that makes people makes it easier for people to talk and have confidence or whatever. It seems very addictive, and like, I don't judge people that get like addicted to it, because it's a complicated conversation, but it does sort of seem like if you wanted one drug to make someone into like a real piece of shit, like that's their honest choice, right? I'm not trying to knock drugs. I mean, I am kind of knocking that specific drug, but yeah, no, it's the drug of choice of dickheads, I think, is probably a more accurate way of saying it. To make them more of a dickhead. I'm not saying that's universal. I'm just saying that seems to be the case.
Of course. Clarity of vision. Awareness.
Yes, exactly, Kim.
Philip III was even brought into this world with the help of cocaine. The court made him administer the dose to his mother when she was in labor. And it is well known that with the help of cocaine, only the purest, of course, he was able to connect with higher realms.
Well, that's what I'm saying, Guggen. I understand. It's more complicated than that, right? Because people reach for drugs because they're hurting, and that's probably the majority of drug use, right? But yeah, no, like bankers and sort of head chefs and all these sorts of people. And to be honest, I actually don't know that it makes their jobs any easier. If I was gonna recommend a drug, it probably wouldn't be that. But I'm also like, I'm kind of out of my depth when I talk about this. I'm a little bit of an innocent child. What can I really say? Without having the experience, so I don't want to say anything that's gonna be too upsetting. It's my opinion that I recognize is just an opinion.
Higher realms. Of course, it all makes sense.
It is interesting how often Inland Empire comes out. It seems like you could just be a very much a like mystical sort of person. Get you struggle with addiction in Twitter. Yeah. That's why I think. I think there's a few people on Twitch and I either have said something about it or given me the impression. So I was trying to be really careful because I was like, I'm not just like, because I don't believe in the idea that, you know, drug users are like bad people, because that's just very silly. And also like specifically, there's so many political things that have gone on with it, especially with cocaine. It's probably the most political drug. Actually, that's a good question. What's the most political drug? If we were living in the 1900s, I probably would have said alcohol. If we were living in the 1800s, I probably would have said marijuana. But yeah, no, the fucking CIA taking drugs from the right wingers in places like Colombia and giving them money, and then putting those drugs into poor neighborhoods on purpose, and then punishing those people. So, but it does seem sort of strong. Definitely not a good drug for a 20-year-old student trying to scrape together with a degree. Yeah, no, the marijuana is what you want for degrees, right? Also, it's TOS to encourage law breaking. I'm just gonna say, I don't know, because part of me that's also just like, if you're alive and you made it through, you know, maybe ends justify the means.
He's just making excuses for the king's habits, isn't he?
Drug users shouldn't even operate heavy machinery, much less rule countries.
From what I've seen of the offices of the Elysium, I don't want to get into a debate about drug policies.
Yeah, I know. I guess my guy's a big alcoholic.
Right.
I threw the ball in the sea. Minus. Well, Spud makes old soldiers make some stanza prop. Let's give it a go.
All you observe
Nah.
is a veteran refusing to let go of the past and his old uniform. This is not uncommon.
This is the uniform of the Royal Carabiniers in service of Frissel I, Guillaume le Lion, and the valiant King Philip V before him.
Very brightly coloured.
Don't you mean Frissel the Fan?
You do not speak his name, Craven, although he was a clown. But he was our clown, ours to ridicule and to mourn.
One of the lucky ones, grateful for that. I very nearly became an alcoholic. I sort of got quite close to it, and then I was just like, nah, this sucks. Sometimes that happens with me. It's like, sometimes I will have a bad destructive habit, and I'll just sort of wake up one day and go, nah. I don't know where that comes from. But then I would say I have a pretty solid, what's the word? Drive, I guess. I've gone cold turkey on things, which is difficult. You're not supposed to do, because it's difficult. But then there's other habits I still have, so.
There's something you missed. You will get to it. Don't worry. Hey. Psst.
Look around.
Hey, you.
Who, me?
Yes, you. Word on the street is you're ready to start building communism again.
How come there's a word on the street?
You keep saying things like, down with the bourgeoisie, eat the rich, sodomize the landowners, impale all people who have more than 25 real in their pocket, literally murder all human beings regardless of their political beliefs. That kind of stuff.
I've said some mildly left-wing things, but none of those.
Oh yes, the mask of ambivalence. Don't deny it. You're about to rip it off and reveal the monstrous seven-eyed lamb of global communism that would devour and masticate mankind.
What?
Everyone can see that. So tell me, do you have any questions before we fire up the big communism builder? Or do we get right down to it?
First, what's this communism even about?
Failure. It's about failure.
Failure?
Yes, abject failure. Total, irreversible defeat on all fronts. Absolutely vanquished, beaten, curb-stomped and pissed on. Until you came along. You will reverse the fortune of the workers of the world.
That's literally Lenin's internal thoughts, isn't it? Never got into drugs because I couldn't be asked with the dealers. Good reason not to. I've never... We're getting into fully incriminating territory at this point, so I could probably stop, but the system that I have, that's not really a problem, except for occasionally getting bad weed. But then that's kind of the only thing I'm interested in, if I was interested in breaking the law, which I'm not, because that's against Twitch terms of service. Yeah, no, the other stuff seemed it just seemed like more trouble than it was worth, which I feel that way about alcohol these days, although I'll still get drunk.
You alone, against every living thing, against every human alive. 800 trillion real in the hands of an impossibly well-organized ruling class. Towering city blocks of bankmen who have the ears of prime ministers. Million-headed armies of nations and the love of your own mother.
Have I played Republican Revolution? No. I've played Red Faction Guerrilla. Does that count?
You against the atom, the charm and the spin, where the whole world failed. Matter failed to bend to human will. Human will failed to get out of bed and tie its laces. You alone, single-handedly, will rebuild the dreams of the working class. You are the last communist.
Is really what communists feel like? Because, I don't know, I felt things similar to that, but I've always kind of tempered them with the idea that, like, I am an individual person. Any major movement is going to be the work of lots of people and not an individual. At best, you can inspire people to do something, but even then you can't necessarily guess where it's going to go. So I don't know, sometimes ethically I feel a bit like that. So sometimes I feel like doing the right thing, like philosophically, ethically, is like so important to me. And that I'm so often coming across people who have like kind of given up on that, or even worse, of actively fighting against it, and it does feel quite lonely sometimes. But again, it's a sort of thing of egotism, isn't it? Because there's also people doing that exact same thing who have access to better information than me and are doing it better. So like, I'm not important. Didn't you stream that game you mentioned? Which game did I mention? Oh, Red Faction Guerrilla. Yes, I did. I did for a little bit. It didn't really work out. It's a fun game to play in a sort of like, I'm gonna crash into a building, but it didn't seem to gel so well as a stream game for some reason.
Now get to work, comrade.
I mean, don't want to be whatever version of communism this is, but I don't want him to not be a communist, so alright.
Oh yeah. Get the firing squads and the animal wagons ready.
There's a lot... Firing squads? You didn't say anything about those.
Too late to back out now. You can't make an omelette without breaking a few million eggs.
Wow. Maybe this game understands communism better than I thought it did. Everyone was saying it's a very communist game, and they're not shying away from the... essentially talking about all of the problems it's ended up... It's difficult to do the right thing or take the high ground. It gets tiring, you know. Good way to live life, because otherwise I believe you can spend your whole life being brought down by the negativity around you. Something that people commonly say to me is like, wouldn't you get tired fighting injustices all the time? And it's more like, I'm tired that the injustice has happened. Like, I start tired. I only feel better by fighting it. And also just like, intrinsically as people, and I don't know where I've got this idea from, maybe just from like stories and films and stuff, like, why, when presented with the option to do the right thing, would you not do the right thing? And sometimes the right thing is very difficult to understand, right? You can spend your whole life questioning it, but like, you know, when it's just a sort of simple level, like someone's being mistreated and you see it happening, why would you not why would you not? Self-preservation, I can understand that. I've seen that from fellow trans people in a lot of circumstances, and I don't blame them for it, but like, what else do I have to give to the world except for like my love, really, I guess is what that comes down to. Me, I think I can fight injustice by helping a person individually try to conquer the injustice they're experiencing. Yeah, I do often get a little bit too big picture that I sort of get distracted from the individual stuff. Right thing to do is often not crowd mentality, unfortunately. Yeah, so you have to swim upstream and say, hey, this thing that you've been doing for, well, I don't know, 2,000 years is hurting all of you, and specifically hurting this one person, so we need to not do it. Why that's the way we've always done it. You must be some kind of charlatan or liar for thinking that. It's like, no. It's complicated. I think about even like, you know, there's good things that have happened sort of for bad reasons, or like for like imperfect reasons. Like Obama becoming president of the United States. That's good compared to the other candidates, but he was also like a liberal and was really into droning the Middle East and stuff like that, which is bad. But then every president's kind of been like that, so when you judge them against each other, it's like, yeah. And that's always sort of considered as like a big social change. Pro-individual mentality versus crowd mentality. Usually look at it like a wolf in a crowd of sheep, well, not in a mean way. Choose not to follow the crowd. I also have like, and I think that this is, I've read is potentially like a specific neurodiverse thing. I just cannot click with authority the second that it's not serving people, right? So it doesn't matter if it's bad for my position to say, I think that this is wrong, you know, and fucking all the bridges burst into flames and everything, because I'm like, but I did the right thing when all of these people didn't, and potentially these people know that they didn't do the right thing. And it's not because I think I'm more important than them, although it's very easy to sort of feel the want to believe that you're better than other people, but I'm like, no, you can't do that, because then you just end up perpetuating it. Take a step back and really look at both sides. Yeah, because there will always be something. Like, even awful right-winger people believe they're doing the right thing, right? Their intention is to do the right thing up to a point. Although I find it very difficult to know where to draw the line. Because it's easy to be just angry with them, and I think, like, potentially justified, and also sometimes need to use that anger in order to stop them from doing it. Don't think you're better than anyone. Think you're below most people. No one really is below anyone. And like, then I started to get into a sort of like a more conceptual, like animal sense of things. Of like, if we forget about the people stuff, if we're just animals and our purpose is to live and to perpetuate our kind, we don't even necessarily have to bring up young or whatever. We're just all socially part of, you know, the big human social stuff. You can kind of almost like, we're really abstracting here, but you can kind of forgive a lot of that stuff and just look at like, yeah, no, I'm just a person. Even shitty people are also people. Even they get sad and have hopes and dreams and stuff. Yeah, you really strip it down, and that's helps me a lot with dealing with stuff like that, because I'm like, no, you know, like, I'm doing the right thing by I'm not super into the system of law, but for example, being a lawyer, being a solicitor for someone who's very obviously committed a bad crime is in its way like a good thing, because just because they've done an awful thing doesn't mean that they should never have any defense and that they should have the fucking book for them. I don't think people should even be in prison, though. That's a whole different conversation. But like, even shitty people need someone in the corner. It's just very difficult for people to understand how to deal with that maturely, I think. Remember, in however many years, you one day look at many situations, they need to spend so much time worrying. Yeah, that's the other thing. I want to adopt a sort of positive nihilistic view of the world of like, you know, I'm just moving through the world. I'm just moving through my time as a person. It's okay if I didn't solve all of the problems, many of which are centuries old. I didn't instantly solve it. It's okay. But the things that crossed my path, you know, like someone was upset and I comforted them. That's the stuff that really builds up the much bigger picture good stuff, really. It's the way to think about that, I think. Right, so I guess he's a big communist. Or specifically Amazonian socioeconomics. People think communism was some crazy idea that had its comeuppance 40 years ago. Wonder if this is about real life. A fever that shook the world, never to return again. They were right, until he woke up today, a spiritual corpse responsive only to the call of Commodore Red, prostitutes and Krasmazars. For him, communism is still a thing. He will single-handedly raise the communism of O2 back from the oceanic trench and be resting, covered in ghosts and seaweed. He is the big communism builder. Come, witness his attempt to rebuild communism in the World 51. I don't know. I don't want to make old communism. I want to take the working parts of it and make a new one, right? Don't know if the game would allow that though. Damage looks like it could have been caused by an earthquake. Russian national... No! No, that's the wrong kind of communism. They didn't do it right. They just continued to oppress the people in the Russian Empire and gas them and stuff. No! It's got to be at least anarcho-communism, right? It's got to be decolonized. It's got to be anti-racist. Because racism's really the glue that binds all the shitty ideas together and gives them life. Although sexism's an even older idea. I don't even know what keeps that alive. Probably imperialism, to be honest. You're so Russian you couldn't help yourself. No, it's okay. Don't worry. I get it. I understand it as a joke. Because the Russian national anthem is the same tune as the communist one, which is weird that they did that. Even though they're like not communist, they were like, oh, it's just such a good tune. Da, 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 da. We don't learn very much about communism in, say, Africa or somewhere, or Cuba even. That I think we should definitely be learning before we try to reconstruct communism. Right, I think it's probably time to stop playing, because otherwise I'll get too sleepy to be able to play it tomorrow. Seems appropriate, seeing as we had a big moral chat at the end, which I figured, you know, that would happen, and that's probably the sort of thing that people want to see from a Disco Elysium stream, right? Let's see. Did I write down the name of that person that you wanted me to raid? Looks like they're still going. We're gonna raid a suggestion, a suggested person that was asked by Kat. If I can just remember the name, was it Baby Walk? Like Baby Rock, but with a W. They're playing Fortnite, a game I personally don't enjoy, but that's great. If you like Fortnite, then maybe this will be the thing for you. Yes, thank you everybody. Thank you for coming in. I really appreciate that people come in. I stream because, you know, it helps fight loneliness. It's a free thing that I can do. I get subs and stuff, and that's very nice, and thank you very much everybody that subbed and given bits and stuff. The next stream will be tomorrow at 4. Also, I've been downloading the VODs. I'll be downloading the VODs for this, I guess, the Disco Elysium ones, because I don't know, I'm kind of getting into the idea of, especially as we get closer to roleplay stuff, which I think I will definitely want to be saving the VODs for that, because people get so into that stuff, me included, so it'll be good to catch up all the stories and stuff like that. Yeah, Friday, and then the next stream after that will probably be Monday. If I have any other things to say or think about, there's a possibility I might do like a little bonus stream in the weekend, just because I can never take it to not stream for X amount of time. But thank you everybody, and I'll see you later. Bye bye.